would have. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? If not, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, February the 13th, if there are no modifications or changes.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Purchase order. Any questions on the purchase order?
Mr. President, if I may, on the top of page 6, there is a payment listed in the amount of $10,201.50 for legal advertisement for the Sheriff's Department to the Martinsburg Journal. That item needs to be removed. That's actually a duplicate payment that's already been paid.
Okay.
So if you could modify the purchase order to remove that duplicate.
Any other concerns? No, let's go ahead and take a motion on that.
Chairman, what page was it?
Make a motion to remove item to the Journal for $10,201.01. Excuse me, $201.60 from the purchase order.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Internal budget revision, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. I have 5 internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration. The first 2 are from our facilities department. Mr. Lang is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 459, capital outlay equipment, by $2,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $30,851.88. with 9.92% spent to date, and increased uniforms by $2,000, line 345. That account currently has a deficit balance of $1,470.73. The next request for the facilities department, Mr. Lang again is requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 459 capital outlay equipment by $2,000 and increase line 341 supplies and materials by $2,000. That account currently has a deficit balance of $1,318.46. The next request is from Brian Ross, the Director of Permits and Engineering, for Department 440, which is the engineering department. Mr. Ross is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 220 advertising and publications by $115. Current unencumbered fund balance is $1,400 with nothing spent to date. And open line 223 professional services by $115 for payment of a pre-employment physical for the new building inspector who was just hired. The next 2 requests are from Chief Court Marshal Mike Lang, Department 416 Court Security. Mr. Lang's requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 230 contracted services by $1,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $2,355 with 12.77% spent to date, and increase line 341 supplies and materials by $1,500. That account currently has a deficit balance of $108.94. And finally, Mr. Lang is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 221 training and education by $1,500. Current unencumbered fund balance $2,500 with nothing spent to date, and increase line 345 uniforms by $1,500.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis on the budget revisions? Change in status. We have a few new hire recommendation received by Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Austin Tippin as a project coordinator with an annual salary of $38,876, effective February 18, 2020. That sounds like a grant position.
The next 3 positions are all 100% grant funded through a 3-year grant. If the council recalls, this is for the Project Aware problem, or Project Aware grant. All 3 of these folks will be assigned to the Recovery Resources Center under the CARE grant for the Juvenile Opioid Treatment Intervention and Prevention Program.
Okay. also have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Caddy Schaefer as a peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $29,375 effective February 18th, 2020. Change of status received from Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, for Sandra DeLay. She is going from IT to Recovery Resource Center as a research analysis with an annual salary of going from $36,606 to $38,876 effective March the 2nd, 2020. Letter of resignation received from the Day Report Center for Danielle Carmichael effective February 4th, 2020. Letter of resignation received from the Court Security for James Kims effective March 31st, 2020. Letter of resignation received from Central Dispatch for Hannah Bear effective September 4th, 2019. Okay, all right,
In fact, all three of the resignations were employees.
okay. All right. Questions on the change of status? We have minutes in the packet for January 30th. Everyone was present. Any changes or corrections on those? Perfect. That was our normal meeting. And then also the meeting for Board of Review and Equalization. Everyone was present for that as well. County council calendars will be off Monday for President's Day for public safety personnel, and we'll be back in the chambers on Tuesday the 18th for Board of Review and Equalization. We'll be here on the 20th at 9:30 a.m. for our normal council meeting, and also at 2 p.m. for, again, Board of Equalization. I'm sorry. Covered.
Unless someone requests hearing on or before that date, in which case we will have to hold it.
And then moving on, so everyone understands, on Monday at 9 a.m. We will be here for our budget workshop, number first one, and if needed, which typically we go into the second day for a short period of time, will be Tuesday the 3rd of March. Back to normal schedule after that, looks like. Any questions on county council calendars? Board and commissions, we have fire board here in the chambers tonight at 6:30. Tuesday at 9 a.m. WRNR, I'll be on the Rob and Dave show. 11:30 a.m. Parks and Rec, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District, and 6 p.m. Planning Commission. Wednesday the 19th at 4 p.m. would be Criminal Justice Board, 6 p.m. Solid Waste Authority. Any changes or corrections? We have a resolution to support the application of fiscal year 2020-21 for West Virginia Community Corrections Grant. Anybody have any questions on that? If not, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the consent agenda for Thursday, February the 13th.
Motion's been made,
Second.
seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Hess, you have some corrections for us?
I do. Good morning. I have, we had to correct last week 5 personal property tickets for office error. And see if they're listed, the reasons they're listed there. And unless you have any questions on them, you want to total them up. You'll see the total of all 5 comes up to $1,269.54.
I see that nice addition there.
How you like that?
That's
Yeah,
pretty
isn't
good.
that neat?
That way I can check on that, make sure they're right.
Okay.
All right, entertain a motion on the 5 personal tax exonerations due to office error.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? Favor say aye.
Uh,
Anyone opposed?
Good, thank you. The only other thing, I do have an application for a consolidation for Ronnie Dale Stotler. Has two parcels in the Martinsburg district, map 17, parcel 238 and 238-1. And he asked that we put them together so we can get one tax bill, so we consolidate.
Entertain a motion on consolidation of properties.
Mr. President, I move to accept the consolidation of property for Ronnie Dale Stotler in Martinsburg District.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried.
That is all I have today.
All right,
Thank you.
Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I had one meeting, the Berkeley County Public Service Water District. They bought a new Kenworth dump truck for $119,747 with plus interest of $73,2160 from ED&P financing. And then they had quite a discussion over future water needs. South Berkeley, or the Fever Spring plant being the most important. They're still working on that. One of the pumps in the well at Potomac Station failed, and the Fever Spring is returned to level that's in line with the plant production capacity, which is always good. And that was my meetings.
Mr. Barnhart, Ms. Mock.
I hit farmland protection on Monday, and a couple of issues coming up. We had to update our evaluation form for this year because of different changes that was in the code from the farmland board. There'll be a statewide farmland protection meeting March 4th in Charleston. The goals for the farm properties in West Virginia, we were talking about the things with MS4 and conservation. They have set that the farmland that they want in the next 5 years, they want 14,000 acres to use as far as attributed to for farmland, so that they can give extra credit to West Virginia for their conservation points.
Who wants that?
That's
Chesapeake?
that's with the EPA and everybody else who are looking at West Virginia as part. The part was the nutrient loads and all these other things. One of them is for farmland to accept 14,000 acres in the next 5 years.
How many acres do they have now?
Well, we have 5,500, but it's the eastern. There's only like 15 counties or something. It's the total for 15 counties. 14,000.
Not 14,000 acres new, just 14,000 acres total.
That's what I couldn't get out of them. That's what the question I kept asking. So I don't know what the total is in the state right now. I know we have 50,000. But that's what we have. So I will be further researching that to see where we are. Right now on Back Creek, we're asking if we can get points because we have 12.5 miles of Back Creek protected. So we're asking for credit county for that. So it's been some interesting things that have come about with all the different properties and things of that nature.
And Mr. Moore talked here last week, or earlier this week, about making sure the soil conservationists and everyone's talking as one. So is farmland protection also communicating with the new stormwater district?
I believe so, because I think they were some questions came up about properties and access to certain things they were looking at. So I will make sure that Mark is aware of that, but I personally think he is. But it's a real plus for us with the farm properties that we do have in the river frontage.
Wouldn't it be advisable if the storm hazards district hasn't done that, is to formulate a group of people that's involved with the MS4, make sure they have a seat at the stakeholders table to make sure everything we're doing gets reported?
Absolutely. Keep track of all the correct.
Right. Right.
And
I think there's some things might be slipping away from us, in my opinion. I mean, it's getting reported, but it's at the same time, is the EPA and DEP putting it all together?
the other issue is that there's some additional funding from DEP to purchase some additional farm along Back Creek. So actively at point after that. So there's a lot of things. As I said, it's a lot of moving parts, sir. Thank you very much for
Were you
that.
thinking about actually adding that person to the board or just adding for all?
No, I'll just ask the chairman of the board to make
Reach
sure they have a committee that meets at least biannual or quarterly, and issue reports and how to improve the county as a whole.
And the transfer fee was down a little bit in January, it was 100,000, so we're still about 100,000 ahead of last year.
January, February.
Yes. And going on to the Roundhouse meeting this week, the Amtrak platform is to be completed by July 1st. They're completing, they've got half of the railing all the way around when you look at the Roundhouse on the northern side and the western side up to the platform that goes over top the bridge. And they're not going to finish the right-hand side until they get the complete platform completed. When that is to be done, the other thing, the southern field that they had all their equipment in, is to be totally gravelled, and any place around the fences and things is to be sown with grass seed and everything else and eaten up. So it's a real plus that's happened there. And of course, there for the bathroom project is moving forward, and they haven't got their their vehicles in there or trailer or anything yet, but there was some negotiations back and forth because when they did the bathroom design, they made it open air, like what's it, Capon, where you have the open vendors and all hoopers and things. So we had to make sure they had that with Weber windows and not movers, because it's supposed to be year-round bathrooms. So, and then Monday I will be meeting with Shepherd University to work with the strategic plan for the Roundhouse for 5 years. So this is part of the project that Shane Farley wanted city application. And last but not least, we met with the Eddie Gokenhour and Jason Gokenhour regarding our fire muster, and it's moving right along for August 22nd. So thank you.
Mr. Whitaker.
I didn't have any meetings, but you and I did attend the memorial service for high school. I'd like to mention his name for Dougie Lamb. He was a friend and supporter of the girls' basketball team. Volunteered a lot of time with them.
The auditorium up, or the gymnasium, I should say,
Yeah.
halfway.
Halfway, sure did.
Tell you.
Well, I'd like to start by saying good for Shane for requiring a 5-year strategic plan, because I think that's a big problem we have with some of these nonprofits that don't have a strategic plan. You don't have anything to gauge their progress on, which brings up another point when you were talking about the stormwater. Would it be, you think it would be a good idea to have them come in at least every 6 months, for an update on what they've done moving forward with the stormwater, just so that the public has an opportunity to see that?
Sooner than later, probably. That's what I'm saying. Get through that.
Just have that regularly come in, and then that also allows, people to come in on public comment or something during or after that period of time and make comments on, that type of
And
thing.
we could be the one to coordinate the stakeholders. Doesn't have to be the forum, it could be us, because we're, in an indirect way, we're stakeholders. We're directing. We're the ones elected by the people that we need to answer to the people to make sure that progress. So, all right.
Had a meeting at the EPTA. They put in a new a drug and alcohol policy. Obviously, every time something changes, that's got to change as well. So they did get that in effect. They've been able to work into a new grant program. So when the DHHR somebody needs a ride from Logistic Care, it's a 5-day wait period through DHHR before you can get the ride. So Yeah, so now they've been able to find a grant program to be able to supplement that part of it, to be able to go ahead and give rides for the logistic airport. Kind of ridiculous, really. Hold on. Government politics. They were able to get a new bill in legislature, to follow the federal procurement rules. So right now, they have to follow the state procurement rules, and they're $10,000. Anything $10,000 or more, they have to bid. The federal is $25,000. So they're trying to get that passed in legislature to be able to follow the federal procurement rule. On the airport authority, we had a meeting there. We had a gentleman come in that I don't know why, but he offered to help us get a sign out on the intersection of Novak and Route 11, which is a great idea. Offered to volunteer some of his time and work, although I'm sure at some point he'll be accused of lining his own pockets by doing it. But I think it was definitely nice for Mr. Whitaker to come to the meeting and offer to spend some of his time to help put a sign out on that intersection to let the public know, that that there is a commercial airport there, and not just a military base. Yeah, then we'd have to get that approved. Obviously, anything that's built under there, but right there. Yeah, right there, actually, right underneath the approach or RPZ is where it'd be, right on that intersection. But I think it's a great idea, and we talked about doing a fairly large sign, maybe somewhere along the lines of what the city just put in, and having a place for announcements. Maybe even an LED part that we can maybe make statements on it too.
Definitely a direction where pointing to the terminal, I would hope.
Yeah, something, but very, very good idea. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for that. The Development Authority, we had a pretty quick Development Authority meeting. Matter of fact, it was the quickest one I've ever had. Didn't have a lot on. We discussed, that obviously we have potential customers, new clients coming to the area, new businesses. Nothing close enough to go into big details on, but we had an offer from a company that owns the cell tower that Development Authority ended up paying $900,000 to move, and Procter & Gamble is located out there. That company offered us a new lease contract, although their lease doesn't expire until 2035. They offered us a new contract to reduce their lease from $1,475 a month down to $900. And
Let me hold you up right there. We have a bid opening that's so, Mr. Wine, you have a bid opening at 10 o'clock here. An RFP went out for aerial imagery for 2020s.
Give the background, yeah. As the council is aware, Berkeley County is the fastest growing county of the 55 counties in the state. Ideally, we would like to do an aerial flyover annually, but because of financial restraints, we do it every year. This is actually a joint project funded through the assessor's office and the county council, 50-50. So the RFP today is requesting aerial photography of the 322 square miles. Encompasses Berkeley County, with imagery to be delivered no later than 7/1/2020. The RFP was properly distributed, was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on January the 20th, 2020. We do have certification publication on file and in your packet. Bids were due no later than 4 o'clock yesterday, and we received 2 bids prior to the deadline.
So this is used by the assessor's office, our GIS department that the council has, as well as public safety. So if you've used an online map, we have imagery going back to '07. We have 7. We made it through the recession and started back up in 16, and 16, 18, and again this year. It's invaluable. It's used daily. So I hope the numbers come in where we're expecting them. There is a state contract for you to know. We bid anyway, offer it up to everyone, so I'm anxious to see where it ends.
And typically, Mr. Wine, this has already been done and we're picking up the,
In many instances, the planes have already been up there and they're just reselling for what they've already flown.
so,
Right.
like last year, we get it for the fraction of the cost.
We did. I think the first time the county flew, it was a 6-figure number. We reflew in 16 and it was right around 14.5. Went up a little bit. I think 16 went in 18, so I'm anxious to see where it is.
Mr. President, you mentioned the state contract. This council is one of the first to decide on our larger expenditures, particularly vehicles and things like that, put it out for competitive bid, and we have found in many instances that the prices that we obtain for competitive bid is better than state contract. And since then, many other of the West Virginia counties has followed your lead. And more and more counties are actually going out for bid.
I think I can see based on the vice president's face, that might be not the case this time, because he's opening the state contract window right now.
All right, so the first one, bid number 1, I'm gonna say Fugro, F-U-G-R-O,
Yeah.
USA Land Inc. They're out of Frederick, Maryland. The first bid is $63,319. $63,319. Like the second bid is from Thrasher, and that's the
Hold the state.
state.
As many times as we tell them to make that price page, page number 1, we're sorry.
They want all the pictures of all their employees first. They want you to look at everybody
Right.
first.
Is she there?
No, we got 6 of them if everybody wants to look though.
It's just,
Huh? Do you want one?
Right there it is.
Yeah, looks like that might be the one copy that has it, Dan.
yeah, that's
The rest of them
is that
don't have
right?
it.
No? Well, I didn't know you had to go to the middle of the pile.
all right, the next one is from Thrasher Engineering, or the Thrasher Group out of Bridgeport, West Virginia, $20,930. $20,930.
Very good.
Smart idea.
I figure we get Jim Whitaker up in 35mm camera.
Yeah.
Hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is budgeted.
It absolutely is budgeted.
It is within our budget too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. All right. Well, probably 'cause it's fine. All right, Mr. Delier, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was on, their contract expires in 2035.
You're right.
So we declined to modify their contract. And the reason was we couldn't find what the benefit was to the public, what benefit it was going to be to
Right.
reduce it, because if there was a public impact or a quality of life issue or something along that, obviously it would be a good conversation to have, but
That's 6,000 a year, I mean, you just can't.
It's like $110,000
Yeah.
loss in 16
Yeah.
years.
All right, and I don't have anything to report on, from the board and commission side. Board and commission vacancies, I see that there could be a reappointment, for planning commission at this time. Mr. Barnhart, might be good to recuse yourself, is that,
I don't know, I don't know where it's being brought up.
well, it's on the read head, so.
Can I make a motion?
What, you wanna recuse yourself, please?
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Mo,
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Linda Barnhart to the planning commission for a 3-year term.
motion's been made, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded, any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Barnhart, no, he can come back in. Sound like you went through 2 doors up.
He may have went to the restroom.
Okay,
What's this lady sit out there for a couple hours? All right, we have a reappointment letter received from Todd Funkhauser for Berkeley County, Visitors and Convention and Visitors Bureau. Any action on that one?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Todd Funkhauser to the Convention and Visitor Center for a full 2-year term, and it is his second term, so that will be his, that will be his last term.
Okay, motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Nick Deal to the Ambulance Authority. His term expires in March 17, 2020.
For
To a
3-year
3-year
term.
term.
Yeah. Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Ms. Falk, do you have any activity there?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'd like to appoint Grace Bass to the Berkeley Senior Services for 3 years.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor, seconded, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Ms. Monk, honorary county councilperson.
Miss Lucy, wanna come up here? Got a few people here. Tell folks what your name is, where you go to school, and what your interest is.
I'm C. Hinkle. I go to South Middle School and I take dance lessons at Berkeley Center for Dance.
Is any part of the dance, do you like ballet or do you like modern jazz?
I take jazz.
Wow,
So
this is one
a
dancing
little bit
lady.
of everything.
You want to turn this way and raise your right hand? I state your name. Do swear and affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and West Virginia. I will work hard to fulfill the responsibilities of office of honorary councilman, to which I've been.
All right, next on our agenda is Barbara Henry, recognition, I lost it, recognition of the women's suffrage. Good morning, I'm sorry I
Morning.
butchered that up.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Thank you for allowing the GFWC Women's Club of Martinsburg the time to acknowledge the passage of the 19th Amendment to our Constitution. United States Congress passed the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote, June of 1919, after decades of arguments against and for women's suffrage. Once this was approved, at least 36 states needed to vote in favor of the amendment for it to become law. In February of 1920, the West Virginia legislature met in special session regarding the amendment and was lobbied heavily by the state suffragists. On March 3rd, the House of Delegates voted for the amendment, and on March 10th, the Senate voted 15-14, which made West Virginia the 34th of 36 states needed to ratify the amendment. August 1920, the 19th Amendment was ratified, ensuring that the right to vote for anyone that could not be denied based on sex. Thus, women were given the right to vote. Secretary of State Matt Warner has formed the West Virginia Centennial Celebration of the 19th Amendment Planning Committee to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the passage of this amendment. The coordinating committee includes community, business, educational, political, and civic leaders working together to develop events happening around the state in recognition of this anniversary. Throughout the year-long celebration, members of the committee will work to share the history, which is very important, and the role that West Virginia women played in the passage of this amendment. To commemorate the February 1920 special session of the West Virginia legislature, which was the beginning of women having the right to become leaders of our state, the GFWC Women's Club of Martinsburg would like to recognize Elaine Moss, an elected member of the Berkeley County Council, and thank her for her service to our county. Cheryl Dolan, who is with me, come forward. Our representative to the West Virginia Celebration Committee would like to present Elaine a Vote for Women sash in recognition for the 100th anniversary. It is truly a privilege to thank you, have this opportunity to thank you for your service. We appreciate you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Stick around at break, we'll take photos, okay?
Thank you.
Speech.
Well, Ms. Monk, you wanna stand at the podium and tell us, as Mr. Barnhart's saying, we need a speech from you and, you know.
I've never heard you be quiet yet.
Well, historically speaking, I'm very honored that I was accepted for this award. But I'll be honest with you, women, I am the first person. And it's been an honor. But again, the women should get out and find out what is going on in our whole neighborhood on the television. And unfortunately, that television people are out of vision. I'm very fortunate and mentored by some great ladies, Dr. Sarah, really lady that all these years. And I was retired and I wasn't clean. I was happy as a man.
The only thing I'd like to add to that is Ms. Mock's been given to the community her whole life as a school teacher. And she devoted her time and during the school hours and her time off to better serve her community to her students. So.
And that shows whenever somebody comes in from the county, how many lives she has touched.
Right. I had that person as a student.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to skip over. We're still waiting for someone. Yep. And so, Mr. Bentley, let's go ahead and go over the reinstatement of the MOUs from the volunteer fire departments, which is the old MOU that we terminated. Basically, I'll brief the council real quick on that. That's the old MOU that we terminated over almost a year ago, or about a year ago. And and then the what we're trying to set up, which I think will be successful, is within the next 120 days, have a new MOU ratified with the committee that I've appointed, plus a fire chief from each of the 5 fire stations. So, Mr. Bentley, pick up where I left off.
And this is, this resolution you have in front of you is an affirmation of the actions the president took last week when Andy Blake was down in Charleston. Suggest that we would do this. We're reinstating old MOUs for this 120-day period. This affirms the action that he took last week. It's in your hands now. So what we need is a motion to adopt the resolution reinstating the memoranda of understanding between Berkeley County Council and volunteer fire departments, resuming normal Berkeley County fire operations. That also reinstates record the folks that were moved from Hedgesville, staff from Hedgesville, and did not remove. This affirms that decision not to remove state staff from Eddington.
Okay, anybody have any questions on that? If not, entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the resolution reinstating the memorandum of understanding between the council and the volunteer fire departments.
Motion been made,
Second.
seconded. Any discussion?
Is that a 120-day reinstatement, or is that just a permanent reinstatement?
120.
Well, we have
Of
we
this
have
one.
given, that was us. We actually gave 120 days for everybody to come to the table, come up with an MOU that all of us can live with, which is a very quick timeline, because not only do we have to, the council have to approve it, each volunteer fire department has to approve it, and the fire,
And
and the
if,
county, and the fire commission.
So once again, my question is that motion for a 120-day reinstatement?
it's for a 120-day reinstatement, or if there is real progress seen by this group, the
We could vote,
reinstatement
we could
go
vote to extend
beyond
it at that point,
120
though.
days.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir. Okay, next on our agenda is going to recognize Angie Gray. Ha ha ha. Rushing Director for Living the Dream Award, for Berkeley, Morgan County Health Departments. So if that was kept a secret, Angie, someone done very well.
It was kept a secret. I'm like rushing here because I'm thinking I'm holding you guys up, which I am, I guess.
Oh, no.
Thank you very much. This isn't about me. I get many awards that people don't even know about nationally, but I utilize those to help our fellow mountaineers and get the attention and make the contacts and the partners that we need to help our communities thrive. I would like to say that I thank the commission and all of the employees that touch our harm reduction program at the health department. In 2018, we helped connect 62 people to treatment programs.
62.
62.
And that's
Direct
through the-
link from harm reduction to your recovery resource
Right.
center.
And that's the whole reason.
And that's the whole reason we have this great partnership. We had over 200 reported back lives saved from our Narcan distribution. One fatality, unfortunately, reported back.
So Angie, 62 people went into recovery through your program.
Correct.
Which, by the way, if you don't know, Angie has spoken at Harvard and other college.
Harvard, Princeton, Columbia, the Bloomberg Philanthropies, Opioid Partners meeting in New York, all over.
And testified in front of Congress
and testified in front of Congress. For us.
about our program that
that we
share the
have
program
and the lack of response from our leaders. Sadly, currently in our state legislation, there are two bills up, one in the Senate to make it illegal for us to run harm reduction programs with syringe access, and that we would be fined up to $25,000 if this bill goes through. In the House yesterday, one was introduced not to make it illegal, but put on so many restrictions that it wouldn't be worth running the program.
Okay, so let's, if I was one of our legislators, okay, I'm just gonna say it, and I'm hope no one takes me serious when I say this, but why should we give a rat's ass about somebody on drugs that's shooting up?
Because-
That's basically what's coming out, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what our legislators in some of this country is doing right now.
I think you're saying we're enabling them.
Whenever it's engaging, as this program proves.
But if we're
There's nowhere else you would have that high numbers of linkages to
But
treatment.
if we're enabling them,
It's
then why do we have 62 people in recovery?
Correct.
That has affected more than just themselves.
Correct.
Right.
Our whole community.
I got introduced one day out the health department. It was not the only one, the lady that went into recovery, but it was her clean, healthy baby,
Correct.
right?
Yes, correct.
How about the cost of HIV has?
450,000 for one case.
Right.
Huntington has 82 new cases since December.
Right,
Of
exactly. I
HIV.
mean, that's a huge impact on the
West-
community.
Yes. Well, Charleston has a separate outbreak. You know, the CDC has been in West Virginia multiple times. 25 CDC workers responded to Huntington, not including all the state workers and the local workers, and they put a call out across this whole state for health department nurses to come and try to help them test contacts. And I mean, WVU, everybody was involved. There's
So-
pockets all over the state for a
So-
ticking time bomb.
Mr. Clark, and Angie, have you thought about going down and testifying in front of our legislators?
I've asked. I've went to them individually, and I'm letting them know if you want me to come and testify for the health work groups, I will, where the bills will be heard. I know that our state health officer, Dr. Slimp, and the WVU head of the School of Public Health have been down there trying to educate people. But when you see bills like this, it makes me really so discouraged and frustrated that the people who are in positions to lead our state are so uneducated or using this as their own personal gain for their own agendas, unfortunately. And when I do go out and speak nationally, it is so sad. I can't tell you the amount of people that come up to me and say, Angie, do you not think that the whole nation is watching and wailing for West Virginia? And what makes West Virginia look bad is your state leaders. And then I reply, I agree. Fortunately, my local leaders are educated and supportive. Our county council, our city council support this program and have from the beginning, and many other programs and projects throughout our community because they want to work towards a healthier, thriving community. And let's not forget how this happened. West Virginians didn't just wake up one day and start putting a needle in their arm. We have never seen this before in the history of our state. We created this on our home soil. We allowed this to happen, and we allowed it to get to epidemic proportions, even though we saw what was happening. And we are still allowing this to happen today. I had a participant that came in a few months ago in her late 50s who has a lot of chronic health conditions. She was on opioids prescribed by her doctor. Now there's such a push and such a clamp down on doctors. They're afraid to prescribe. They're afraid to continue prescribing, and they're trying to push everybody to pain management. So they cut her off her opioid prescription in September, but guess what? Pain management couldn't see her till January. What happens in that 4-month period when you're in so much pain and you've been put on these opioids that you have a tolerance for now? We just pushed her right to the street for heroin, and she shows up in my program crying. I'm in so much pain, I didn't know what else to do. Shame on us.
And Angie, you know, you got recognized from the governors, Martin Luther King, a Living the Dream Award. How many of your participants come into the health department and say, I'm living my dream by being a heroin addict?
None.
Right.
None.
So
They say thank you. for helping us. They're the most grateful people that I have worked with and that I've served in our county. You understand, if more people could understand this, maybe more of us could get out.
Why can't we do just the opposite? Why can't we put together a bill to introduce in legislature that requires all health departments in the state of West Virginia to offer this program?
Like Governor Hogan did in our neighboring state?
Yeah.
Maybe a good thought.
The
Yeah.
sad part, I saw where one of the legislators, I can't tell you, but went to one of the health departments and got all this stuff, and then he came in and made a presentation.
That's in Maryland.
That was in Maryland, and stated, well, I can become a drug addict because I now have the needles and I've got this and I've got that, and I'm thinking, that
We-
doesn't work that way.
We had a West Virginia legislator on the House side. Bill was there, he heard it. Because immunizations our requirements are being attacked as well. That said, because of our strong immunization laws, that we are leading people to heroin and injecting because you turned them onto the needle when they're young and babies by giving them injections. This is what we're dealing with
Yeah,
here,
I heard that.
okay?
Yes,
Have you ever taken your child to get their vaccines?
they don't want that.
No, more than the other way, it traumatizes them not to want shots.
Our daughter would try to climb the walls
Yes.
before she'd get a shot.
Yes.
And Angie, and when Mr. Davis sent that article about Washington County, I have to say, I said that they were spineless and uneducated about their situation. Because one of the things that it's no secret to you and to Bill that when this program first came out, I was very hesitant about doing it because my thought process, I didn't know the goal, right?
Sure.
And I just, you just listen to it on the surface.
But you got educated.
I got educated very quickly, and I usually learn very quickly, but don't ask my wife because she'll probably tell you that. But I was on a job that was a block away from a park that probably has 800 athletes in it every summer, maybe a block and a half, cleaning up a job site, doing some grubbing, and there was 3 or 4 homeless tents set up and needles everywhere. So my question to anybody that doesn't understand what's going on is if you really, and Bill, you said that you was out at the mall one time and there was needles in the parking lot.
Before our program opened.
Exactly. So my thing is how does those legislators that are trying to pass new legislation to ban what you have going to answer to people that have children that pick up a needle and don't know what it is? Right?
Yes.
So that's my question now.
So they say about, the needle litter is all of our concern, of course. And, they're targeting the counties that have harm reduction on that. What about all the other counties in West Virginia that don't have a harm reduction program where there is needles? Morgan County does not currently have a harm reduction program. I get calls all the time from residents and law enforcement to come pick up needles. Once a whole entire trash bag that was dumped in the woods somewhere. So the reason that we have needle litter is because we're in the middle of an injection drug epidemic, and we need to work together to reduce that. And there's many ways that we can, and we are trying in this county to do that. Setting up, law enforcement will call us. We'll talk about hotspot areas. Doesn't mean the needles came from us, because if we're seeing a quarter of the population in our county right now in our program, we're lucky, because that's how many there are. So, and then, when it hits the paper, with a picture of needles dumped out on the table, first of all, you're breaking every, the waste laws in our state by doing that and taking them out of a sharps container, because that's actually against state law to do that. Once it goes in, it stays in. Secondly, people get misunderstood, because when I looked at that picture in the Herald a few months ago, around Thanksgiving, I suppose, I saw medical waste, and that's a whole different issue, because there was blood draw tubes in it. There was injection needles that were for autoimmune disorders. There was the Loralox that we do IVs with. I can tell you, nobody with substance use disorder is using those items. And if they were found along the road on Route 9 down near the VA, we have a different problem because that's medical waste.
Well,
But people make the assumption, so then when that stuff goes out there without them talking to people that are working in this and that have that education experience, Facebook lit up. All of my community partners start texting me saying, we're battling this. This is a witch hunt. We're not going to let them take you down. That's what we've built in this county. Because I've let so many in to watch our program and to learn from our program. We see medical students, nursing students. We're trying to teach the next healthcare generation not to do the mistakes that was allowed to happen in this country.
and how many needles did y'all um, exchange last year?
Oh, I don't have those numbers with me, but we do it by poundage. And I can tell you that it was so many that it flagged us at the state to get a different certification as like a mass, like as if we were an incinerator taking in. That's how many pounds we took in.
Would it be a fair statement to say that those needles, if you didn't take them in, would be along the streets, it'd be in our woods, it would be in our parking lots, in the homes of parents that have young children?
But yes, I think it is fair to say that, because what people don't realize is that it's the addiction that drives that use, not the supplies that are given for that. You have to intervene with the addiction. And until that happens, we're going to have this issue.
And would it be a fair statement that possibly the 62 people that went into recovery could have probably affected at least 250 people?
Or more, because easy, because every person that in any healthcare issue that we improve their health helps the entire community. And a lot of people like to talk money, and economics is a big issue. So that is, I mean, the economics of it, you can't even, I don't know how anybody can even debate that.
So if I'm someone that's in your needle exchange program, if I just come in and say, hey, I need a needle, get a clean needle for the dirty needle I turned in, I walk out the door?
No.
Okay, what do you do?
So there's a whole process. We collect a lot of data. It's anonymous. We report that to the state. We also share it with the Recovery Resource Center for our grants. They're asked multiple questions because that helps us understand what's really happening. What age of first drug use? Most often it's fifth grade. So that scared us that we need to get our education younger.
What was it?
Fifth grade, first drug use.
So saying that, are we able, I know the Recovery Resource Center has made their way into the schools, right?
Yes.
One of the things that I hope that we're going to do before long is being able to partner up with the school board and their counselors and make sure that these young children has communication with somebody like yourself or their guidance counselor that says, my mommy and daddy's using heroin and I got to give them Narcan. Because they're trapped.
Exactly.
You know?
And that can empower them. I've had this debate, and we have a large community meeting with all of our partners that we host at the health department, what we call the Bridges program. And that came up from a therapist with general concern when we talked about training high school students with Narcan. And he said, you got to watch that you don't have children feel like they become the caregiver of the parents that they already are.
Absolutely.
They already are. And they feel helpless, and that is one way that gives them hope that they can actually intervene. And I know there's a large grant from the CDC coming into the city that's going to work with schools in the city, but we still also have to support the schools that are not in city limits. And a lot of the things that you're talking about is part of that curriculum. So we definitely have to support our children. We have to support our first responders, and through the governor's pilot, that's one of the things we're looking at too, is supporting our first responders.
Okay, so I interrupted you when you was talking about
Sorry.
5 years old, so carry on, please.
Yeah, so usually fifth grade for a lot of people. We it helps us, like I said, that changed where we were going, and people are starting to put that education younger in the schools because we found through that data you know. Then there's always a recovery coach, usually multiple, in the lobby to start initial conversations with people and build relationships and trust throughout their return. They go into a room with usually a nurse and another, whether it's a peer recovery coach or a pharmacist that's volunteering, a med student. They go over all the extra services that we provide because it's a comprehensive program, not just a needle exchange. We talk to them about how often they're using, even decreasing use is important. It's a first step. Somebody who walks in our doors is making the first step to change. And then we look at all the others, we explain what all of our supplies are because they may not know because they're all medical grade, sterile supplies, and that's not what they can always get their hands on. Then we talk about safer practices that can reduce the harms, such as abscesses, endocarditis. If we have someone childbearing age, we talk to them about birth control so we can help prevent addiction or pregnancy during addiction. If somebody comes in and they're already pregnant, we link them to a provider so that they can get on a medically assisted treatment program so the baby won't be born with severe withdrawals, and which is horrifying if you haven't seen that. My gosh,
Which one
hepatitis
do we
A
have?
vaccine, hepatitis B vaccine, HIV testing, all those things. And then all the social, the Narcan, all the social support that the barriers are in the systems that they can't get through. I mean, have you been manipulated through our healthcare system? Can you imagine somebody whose brain has been hijacked and their frontal lobe can't make any reasonable, rational decisions to try to manipulate that system? It's unreal. So, and then you have some dedicated staff, both at the health department and at the Recovery Resource Center, who are amazing. In fact, every holiday this past year that landed on a Wednesday, which there's been several, including New Year's Day, including the 4th of July, including West Virginia Day, they worked. I didn't even have to mandate. All I said is, I'm staying open. Is there anybody else that wants to come in and help? I'll be there. All you have to do, because they see the program working. They see how much of a difference they're making in people's lives and for their community. So I really want to thank the commission, the council, sorry, now that they're five. Mr. Davis stepped out of the room, but I want to thank him also for the work that he does, helping us with the grants and the partnerships and making that work. Your grant writers are amazing. Norwood, I know Dr. Reedy asks you questions all the time. Everyone for your support, because without it, it's going to take a whole community. You hear it takes a village. It is going to take all of us working together to reduce this from an epidemic numbers, which those numbers are always cases.
Bill, you got anything to add real quick? Huh? Oh, I was gonna ask her that early on.
Sorry,
This
I have
award-
so much always to say.
This award is the Governor's Martin Luther King Living the Dream Award. So tell us why the governor's office recognized you.
So every year they put out to the public nominations for 5 awards. The Living the Dream Award is the highest award of the 5. And the editor of a newspaper had saw the description for that award and decided I fit that description better than anyone she knew. So she nominated me in October. I had no idea. So I got the email that I was awarded the award in January and asked to be there on Martin Luther King Day. So basically it's for your fight for your community, for social justice, for change, for standing up. And what she nominated me on, funny, was for holding state and national leaders accountable for their broken promises. And they still gave me the award from the state. I'll tell you, that was an amazing day. I didn't even know that they did that every year there. It's worth going up for the drive for us, 5 hours to do that. There were multiple ministers from all different denominations who spoke, of course, talked about unity and how that's what we need to do. It was a very spiritual day. And Senator Capito and Senator Manchin were actually there and spoke and stayed for the whole event. Other state representatives were there. There was a walk from the church to the Capitol to ring the bell for unity. in 30-degree weather, blowing wind and snow. And they even walked that walk with us. So it was a very special moment in my life to be part of that, actually.
All right, thank
I
you.
always say God gave me a big mouth and I'm going to use it for my people.
My wife says the same thing about me. Anyway. Very proud to work on you. Graduated with Gray in recognition of outstanding performance in receiving the Governor Martin Luther King Living the Dream Award. Proud of our county.
Can do it without you. Remember that. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a 10:45 public hearing. Everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy, but yes, public hearing for airport zoning ordinance. We can, You want to, can we push that back just a little bit?
I think we can
And
push
do a
it
quick
back.
break and take photos?
Take-
Okay, we're gonna take a break and take photos.
just left, they just called.
Ready? All right, we're back in session. The next agenda item is a public hearing for the airport zoning ordinance. And we need a podium, so, need a motion to go into public hearing for airport zoning ordinance.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. The floor is open for any comments from the public on the proposed airport zoning ordinance. Anyone here to speak out on that?
Mr. President, if I may, in accordance with Chapter 8A, Article 7, Section 5 of the West Virginia Code, the county council is holding these public hearings to consider public comments on proposed zoning ordinance recommended by the Berkeley County Planning Commission for the land area immediately surrounding the Eastern Regional Airport. The existing ordinance has been in place since 2004 and is intended to limit height of objects and to regulate placement of certain structures within specified areas.
And if I could talk about limited heights real quick, that's already there's height limitations by the air traffic control, right?
These public hearings were advertised as a Class 2 legal ad on January the 15th, 2020 and January 22nd, 2020. You do have certification of publication of the public hearing notice in your packet. So this is a legal public hearing.
So that, so if I may, the height restrictions don't change. They've always been in effect, and there's no modification with this to the height restrictions that are around the airport. Is that correct? I heard somebody say yes.
Heather.
Oh, okay.
To clarify, the height restrictions from the 2004 ordinance that has been adopted to the proposed ordinance currently under review, height restrictions have no changes. The decibel layers are actually smaller, covering less distance in this proposed ordinance than in the previous ordinance. This one also has expanded runway protection zones compared to the previous ordinance.
So that's the main three changes. They're protecting the airport.
Correct.
Runways
And bringing it into compliance with state code as far as the change from Chapter 8 to Chapter 8A and general content. The non-conforming uses are spelled out more clearly in this ordinance than in the previous one as well.
So, so those height restrictions, they're not, I mean, I understand that they were on the 2004, but aren't those federal restrictions?
The ultimate decision comes from the FAA. We have the information and the calculations that they use, so we can get a guideline.
Right.
But it's similar to floodplain, where we can get in the ballpark, but we ultimately leave it up to the FAA.
Right.
Okay. Anyone else, anybody from the public want to speak out? All right, motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Public hearing is closed. Next on our agenda is Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, budget presentation for 2020-21.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody's morning?
Oh,
Doing
wow.
Good, Mike.
I have two budgets. I have 813 and 316. If we can start with my most easiest one, 813. Now, we put $2,000 in line item 341 for supplies. Since we started roadside later, I suggest we just keep that the same. Keep the rate of 2,000. It's what
All right.
And that's just for
Supplies,
supplies. A
uniforms,
lot of the
shirts.
supplies that we use are donated,
yes, sir.
but that's just miscellaneous
Basically,
supplies that,
uniforms, jackets, this wear for the it's what so I'm suggesting we keep that the same.
and that's a small investment for the amount of roadside litter that's being
Yeah, and,
Like, we got 37 bags of trash one day. That makes no.
You know, I did see yesterday where the state, and it's the first time that I say it's the second time that I've seen them out picking up Route 9. And the last time was a week ago. I seen them in Jefferson County, and I'm thinking to myself, what the heck, man? I've never seen them in Berkeley County picking up trash. And then yesterday, they were in Berkeley County picking up trash on Route 9.
I understand the previous governor, Tomlin, if anybody on the state road wanted overtime, they had to pick up litter. And I'm telling you, on 81, where they're responsible for, certainly could be picked up.
Well, I was in Morgantown 2 weeks ago. We sent 5 weeks come through Morgantown. They had an inmate who on 79 picking up trash.
I know.
I've inquired, can we make that happen?
Right.
With the assistant director of corrections down in Chile. I haven't got affirmative answer yet.
Well,
So
I'm
I'm
thinking,
waiting on that.
you know, you do have the state prison there in Town.
But all the ERJ system, regional jail system, and DOC is all combined now. It's one entity.
The one time I went to Town on a volunteer basis,
Yeah, sure.
I didn't
days
see
later,
any
Ken.
trash on the road. None. It was like, wow, what a beautiful countryside.
But they were on 79
Then
last week.
like you said, 10 days later, he got a parole.
Yeah.
It was a trial basis. He
I'm
was keeping.
I just told you I took vacation.
10 days, that's a short sentence.
Now, the funny thing is, half the audience out there has got to be in the age group
Wait a
that says
I knew
they don't know what pruning.
I knew
It was only 10 days long, Mike, because they thought I was Mr. Winnick.
They finally realized you didn't match, right?
Yes, I know what pruning time was. I was threatened with it many times.
I was too.
We all were.
I was going to say, tell me somebody in Berkeley County our age.
Tell you a quick joke. My mother was a great woman, very strict and very religious woman. She always told me I was going to end up in prison. I used to call her every Sunday night when I was in prison. Say, I'm calling you from jail like that. She always said it would. I just make believe.
You know when they put that middle name in there,
Yes.
they meant business, right?
Yeah, I miss it.
Yeah, and I guess the litter control program is wonderful. I know you even have participants in it that look forward to it, many of them, because I'd say it's rewarding.
It's a win-win. I think when the community stops and thanks them, gives them bottled water, I think that's doing wonders. I really believe that that's the key, that they're getting acknowledgement besides us. Folks, total strangers are stopping. Thank you, this is me. And they're getting that every day. I think that's the key to it, that we're being visible. People are seeing us out, and they're recognizing what we're doing.
See, back Butts Mill Road was pretty bad there.
We did touch Mill Road once.
Yeah. That was back
A lot of the roads in Berkeley County aren't conducive to roads that have cigarettes. So I think Buck Hill and Grays Road are two of the worst.
Hill doesn't look too bad right now. Looks pretty good.
What we're doing now, I have two teams. One does from 9/11/45 south, one does 9/11/45 north. So each, they know where they stop and start each time.
I'll tell you one thing that we need to look at, almost start addressing Andy, is some of these retail commercial businesses. And trash is very obvious that it's coming from their parking lot, but yet they don't pick it up.
Adopted the International Property Maintenance Code would allow our inspectors a warning, don't do something, and issue a some complaint, I would say, don't get some warning or notice of violation that there is compliance. But you have tools.
I was thinking, and sad to say, most cases that should be a daily chore for them to go out and pick
It
up
should be a
trash.
janitorial obligation, you know, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I can't never remember seeing debris along the fence at the airport until sheets open up on that intersection.
We could do that when we.
Yeah, I know, but it's there all the time now, and it's the wind. I mean, the wind comes through there. It's going to clean that parking lot off, which is great for them, but it puts it down the road on the fence.
Well, on Apple Harvest Drive, we look to the east. It's everywhere. You know, it's terrible.
And Mike, you were at a meeting out the other evening, and one of the candidates for sheriff was talking about us having a vehicle that had a bathroom on it, and all it does is sit behind the sheriff's department, wherever it was sitting, and I'm thinking, then the man isn't aware, he's running for sheriff, but he's not aware of what's going on.
He's
here.
very misinformed.
Yes.
I was there at that.
I just wanted to bring that to
I
light.
was there. What he was saying, he'd like to see, he wanted 8 to 12 people out on the roads, picking up trash. Ideally, that'd be great. My experience in the Berkeley County roads, it makes it unsafe because you're too spread out. The roads aren't producing. We're productive with a 2 and 3 man crews. It's working.
Then safety comes.
Safety comes first.
That's why you get 2 crews.
Yes.
All right, so, all right. Anybody have any questions for Michael on 813?
After you do a road, how long before you notice that the road's trashed again? You know?
It's a very short period of time.
Yeah.
I will say this, South Berkeley stays cleaner longer than North Berkeley.
All right.
Yes, it appears South Berkeley is, I don't know if it's less commercial.
It's that community management.
And that's what I said, it's like South Berkeley pride.
Right.
The north is far worse than the south, but it's still everywhere.
All right.
But we have reduced our numbers in half per mile since we started this program.
Yeah, cut 'em
So
in
we
half.
are making a
Right,
difference.
went from 10.74 bags down to
Like
5.7.
5%, yeah.
Well, yeah, but some of those roads that they cleaned up in the beginning probably didn't have anybody cleaning them up for 10 years.
That's correct.
That's what my question would be. If we didn't take 176,000 pounds, and that was the last weight we had, what would it look like now? That's my mind.
Right.
So what we're doing is working. Proud of myself. I'm very pleased with it. Working, I'm not gonna change that.
All right, moving on.
416, what else you see? I'm not seeking any new positions this year. And I'm asking for a $3,500 increase, 1,500 on line item 341 and 2,000 on 345. The reason I asked for the increase on 245 uniforms is our vests will be here shortly. It comes with one carrier. I would like to get at least another carrier because it's traditionally your outside shirt.
Right.
These guys will be wearing that 5 days. That's going to be considerable something like uniform to do that. And what we also do, we buy one set of uniforms a year for each officer. Instead of spending $30,000, we're spending $2,500 a year to keep the uniforms working. So that's why I asked for that increase in line item.
Which is a good way to do it because personnel changes quite a good bit, you know?
We lost 2 to the other agencies. I don't like them fishing in my pond.
Yeah.
I need a bigger fence.
And that comes with great compliments because they're looking
I
at you.
think it is a great compliment.
Right.
I'm still fortunate I got people willing to come to work for Berkeley County. So, really work. I'm asking for a $1,500 increase in 345 because we've never increased since I've been in charge.
About 341.
341, I'm sorry, 341. We never increased, and we've increased staff, and we increased how many times we qualify with weapons. We went from 2 to 4 weapon and ammunition is tossed through the window, shooting.
2 to 4, what, 1,000?
Qualifications.
Oh, okay.
We were shooting spring and fall, and now we're running drills. We qualify spring and fall, and we run some tactical shooting drills and night shooting and stuff. It's really working out well. So totally, that's asking for a $3,500 increase in 416.
Anybody have any questions for Mike on that?
Like the majority of our training, they look at your training budget. It's certainly moved some money out of there today to request for internal budget. You want to explain why you're not expending training funds?
I just started, I sent 2 to CPR AAV. We're slowly getting in there. It's hard for us to find training that fits in our work schedule. We're running 5 days a week. It's just, I have no built-in relief factor in my scheduling. It's hard to get that. We're now in talks with Snyder CPR AAV to come in-house to do that for us. So we are looking at some avenues in that. May coming up is the Moundsville Mock Riot, and we'll send at least 1 or 2 guys up to be recertified in other items there. Pre-training, we still have to pay for the county.
And some of the fire officers are certified trainers now.
Some are certified
So
trainers.
that certainly cuts down.
Over,
on expenses.
I mean, most, I guess 90% of our officers graduated from the police, law enforcement, corrections academy.
They come with training.
Yeah.
They come with very
They
well
come with-
trained.
they come very well
They need
trained.
to just keep their certification
Just
training
keep the
up to date.
So we're on the CPR AED. Tomorrow, I'm sending 6 to Narcan training. That makes everybody, uniform staff in the judicial center, Narcan trained. We actually had a guy OD in family court on Wednesday, while he's actually in court.
Oh, this, I thought, okay.
Yes.
Another one?
I was gonna say, I heard one of them.
So I am starting to seek more training opportunities to expand as we're growing. Our responsibilities are growing, our clientele is changing. We try to keep up with the times, what's going on. I hope that answers.
So somebody was able to, I guess, get in there and administer some Narcan?
We had the Narcan on hand, we did not have to administer. We're very lucky that Martinsburg, where we're in the city, and they respond very quickly. But they had the Narcan in the way.
I may have asked this before. Do we have the, what do they call them things for?
AED, yes, we have one, ready to take Fort Harbor. Ready to go.
We have one
Very
here too.
important. Alan's getting old. And I don't
Appreciate that. Some
All right.
days I just want you to let me go.
Watch what day you say that.
One of the things that's not in Mike's budget and actually will not be in next year's fiscal year budget, but one of the things that he and I and Tracy will be working on in the next week or so, we need to replace some of our x-ray machine. As you know, the sheer volume of activity in the judicial center, the x-ray machines are not functioning right now. So we will be replacing those, but it'll be done out of this year's budget.
That's a courthouse.
Yes, sir.
Last year we had 129,000 change from the front door, a 7,000 increase over 2008. Which currently right now hand switching every parcel and every bag that comes in.
Which has proven some surprises.
We'd be surprised when people bring to the courthouse.
All right. Anybody questions? All right, Mike,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you for your time. You have a great day.
Yes, sir. Chief and Randy, we was running ahead of time, schedule. We've already, reinstated the MOU, the previous MOU, so that's already done. So
You know, there was one thing that we maybe should talk about, but if we could return to that subject, if we've got time,
Well,
or we could do it later.
yeah, well, let me get the sheriff, because we're on schedule now, and then we'll bring them in. Okay? Sheriff, next on our agenda is the Honorable Sheriff Curtis Keller. Is Scott coming over with you too?
Excuse me?
Is Scott coming too?
No, he's not, he's under the weather.
All right, so you're gonna.
Sorry.
The sheriff is here to present his 2020 and 21 budgets, which I believe you got, what, 4 of them, isn't it?
Take one chair.
No, I'm fine. No, I'm good. Just gotta get these out of the way.
Okay, I think the first one we have.
Well, thanks for having me here this morning.
Sure thing.
Appreciate it. Before we get started, the 700 budget, 700, I would like to make a request to you all to maybe reschedule that part of my budget. I can do the 400 and the rest of them, but 700, I think I need to go with Mr. Davis.
We don't, Sheriff, there's no opening.
Okay, that's fine.
But we'll
I'll present
take, we'll take what you have into consideration out of that.
Okay, because like I said, there's some issues that that they came up that I need to maybe get Mr. Davis to do some corrections on some figures and stuff.
Yeah, we can do, we'll note that.
Okay.
All right, so
Bless you.
I've got, I'm trying to think which one's gonna be coming first here real quick, hold on. 404.
Doing 404 first?
Yeah.
That's what's in my
Okay.
lineup.
Yeah, okay. 404, yep.
Okay, 404, I made, request in my budget for, 2 part-time employees.
Mhm.
With the increase in tax collections, I wanted to go with 1 full-time, but I don't think at this point yet I can need a full-time. 2 part-times will help me get through the season and, filing tax collection.
And
Help assist the girls with mail and
from the, it probably in tax collection, it makes sense to have part-time instead of full-time, because you've got your 2 busy seasons, right?
Right.
And then when they're not in the busy season, it's pretty odd, right?
Yes. Here lately, I mean, we're busy pretty much all year round.
Okay.
The 2 part-times would be a benefit during that.
So it appears to me like everything else is
Everything
staying the
else
same?
is pretty much legal or the same.
Uh-huh.
The legal publications, I asked for an increase to 90,000 from 73. Materials, I went from 25 to 31.
Excuse me,
because
Sheriff,
of
that's
the paper
409.
Yeah, that's 409, so you
Oh,
done with
okay, I'm
404?
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
So-
I'm into 409.
all right, so 404, we're done with requesting some part-time staff.
Part-times,
Other than
everything.
that,
Yeah,
everything's the same.
everything else is pretty much.
And you
Okay.
have asked for pay increases.
Excuse me.
You have asked for pay increases.
Yeah, $500.
All right, now moving on to 409.
409, I asked the increase of 90, up to 90,000 for the legal publications that put out 73 to 90. Increase in the contract service 42 to 45. And materials, the extra pay. Got to go up from 25 to 39. The increase.
All right, anybody have any questions on 409 with the sheriff? All right, 700.
There's a lot in 700.
And Sheriff, you and I and the chief can talk about the salaries, because the council realizes that salaries are frozen.
Yes.
And we have to make those changes as part of their final budget anyway. So between now and when they adopt
And
the
that's the
budget,
issue. That's where I'm having the issue.
we'll get together.
So-
Okay.
So
that's
is,
fine.
is what's shown, is that what we have allocated, or is that in addition?
No, that's what,
We've already planned to do.
correct.
Okay, but there's no additional to that request on top of that, okay.
No, that doesn't include any additional positions. That's just the, that's with the, for example, with the.
No
with-
additional or
it's
increased
For
salaries.
700, it's 67 uniform deputies plus the civilian staff, and then in 701, it's 3 uniform
That's for civil
deputies.
process. 701.
Right, but yeah, but I mean, my, what I'm really asking is there's nothing, no additional per employee other than what was already calculated
Right.
in the program that we put forward.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Keller, on department supplies, just on 700, 341, goes from 135 to 2.
Wait a second, let's go from line item to line item. Let's start with 216, which is, maintenance and repair of equipment. We're going from 325 to 45,970.
Yeah, that's, and I know you're gonna holler at me, but that's for the TASER contract, for the TASER contract plus, contract for the surtax.
Contract.
So it's increasing from what I had last year, 25 to 40.
Tasers and what was the other one?
It's Surtac. It's a contract that we have with a company that we need to pay.
What's it for?
I'm not exactly sure, Chief, aware of what it is. I can't tell.
Okay,
We talked about that when we talked about the tasers.
Yeah, we went through that with the taser, yes, sir.
all right, so, okay. And then the next, line item that you're looking for adjustment is training and education from 14,036.7.
Yes, sir. $1,500 would go to the farms recertification every year. 3,600 would be an active student instructor course that we're going to send 3 people. 3,600 for OC upper track certification. Plus the right. $10,000 for the SRT.
We have that still in place?
We have 4 people that on the team, but I got to get them trained.
Didn't know we still had the team, that's, sad.
Yeah, we have a team.
Okay. All right.
$3,000 to go to a homicide school. I'm sending 2 people. And $15,000 Department of Justice. That's for training to keep knows more about that. That's training 10 people. Oh, now I know what that is. That's for the academy.
State Police Academy?
Yes.
Because
And the
they-
10 people is, I pay $1,500.
Right.
And that's for what I have to see.
And
That's
for-
what I'm asking for about that in my increase in my man.
Plus you have 4 vacancies right now too, I think I remember.
Yes.
4. Okay. Dues and subscriptions going from 4,000 to 6,500.
Yes, sir. That's 3,800 goes to the Sheriff's Association, National Sheriff's Association. $2,400 goes to the Sheriff's Association. $50 to the FBI membership. $150 is for 3 instructors in farmers to the NRA. And $90 goes to the dogs canine.
What about, you're also a member, I'm sure, of the county commissioners, I'm sorry, the West Virginia Association of Counties too. That part, does that fall under your sheriff's association?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all included.
And then professional services, you're looking to triple that, over triple that, or close to triple.
Yes, sir.
Going from 10,761 to 32,076. You expecting a lot of conflict?
I'll break it down. I'll break it down for you if you want me to. $2,500 is for us to give the polygraphs to our. 7,000 is for physicals to Valley Health after retirement. $1,500 is house water for psychological. And $1,000. Now this is new that I'm requesting, and this is for the canines. Every year we want to go to a program where they're examined to make sure they're, instead of waiting until one of them falls down or something happens to them, we want to give them a physical.
Hope we give our deputies a physical too then.
I need one myself.
If we're going to spend $1,000 on a dog.
I need the upper part, the psychological part.
All right.
And then $20,000 for legal fees.
Okay. Court cost and damage is going from 2,000 to 10,000.
Yes, that is what we have to pay deductible on some of our lawsuits. Basically, that we have to pay the deductible. Some of our guys are getting sued.
But the next two are very huge increases. Departmental supplies and materials, you're asking from 135,000 to 283,000.
Did we get the contract services? That's for the Iron Mountain, that's for the spreading. I'm asking for $500.
I'm sorry, I did miss that one. I guess after seeing the next two, $500 wasn't enough to talk about.
Can I skip right over?
Yeah,
that?
the next one is, this is what I'm requesting. $1,500 for filters in the evidence room that we have to change. Now, does that come under me or does that come under the facility? There's filters that we have to have in there, both the marijuana and the drugs and stuff. Filters.
I personally don't have that question or answer for you.
Well, that's why I put it in here, because we have been paying for them in the past.
Okay.
I
That's
would
why
think
it's there.
that's no different than HVAC.
And
filters. I would think
another
that would-
expense is $10,000 for digital cameras. With the crime the way it is, we need to got little small digital cameras, we need to upgrade the cameras so that we can do homicides and stuff. So that's going to increase the $10,000. $42,746 is your gas mask. We have a limited amount of gas masks. Apartments. We need to update them. Some of them are outdated. So we're requesting $42,000 to fit everybody. $11,000 for the filters. $18,000 to replace 12 radar units. Some of them are old. Put units in cars, so we get 12 without 8. It's old. It's in the old. We're still using. $10,000 for drug kits for the guys that we hired to have them test drugs.
Get that,
I was thinking the whole breakdown. You got a breakdown of that. If we could get an explanation on all these line items, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I can make a copy.
That'd be great.
That would be better.
Okay, I'm just going through, I didn't have to
Absolutely.
read the whole thing or not.
No, please continue. Go ahead.
$7,000 if we get another K9, would be for equipment to house the handler's place. $25,000 for ammunition when we shoot it up, we need to replace.
That's in your budget currently, though, isn't it?
Excuse me?
That's in your budget currently.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And isn't that 2,000 rounds per deputy, per uniform? officer?
Well, we shoot 3 times a year, and it depends on if they qualify the first time.
Okay.
And, it goes in. So we always keep a head for a little more in case we have to do it several times. $2,250 for new holsters. $16,000 for a cell station. That's for investigation, nighttime vision, and stuff like that. We don't have it. So I want to update, get some new equipment for the use to do surveillance. $5,000 cobra equipment. Be able to go in and detect bugs.
Okay. That the full explanation for 341 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 345 uniforms going from 60,000 to 176,650 now.
12,750 for vests. We just got 41 of them in, and we're gonna have to replace several more, and it's gonna cost $12,000 back.
And they're expired. They'll be expired, I should say.
Yeah, we just got 41 brand new ones in. Put out. $3,900 for Honor Guard. And of course, the $100,000 is for outfitting the vacancies at stations.
$100,000 to outfit the, oh, you're talking, you say
The
outfit,
new
what do you,
positions that he's asking for.
yeah, but that's only 3.
He's asking for seven.
He's asking for 7.
Okay. All right,
That's it.
any questions?
Nope.
We have 708.
We are gonna get a detail.
701.
Excuse me, you want to talk about new positions?
I think we actually talked about that on the cops grant, but we can talk about
Do we need to add that in? I didn't put it in my book.
Well, in your submission, you're asking for 2 part-time process servers.
That's in 701. Yes,
No, that was in
we're getting ready to go to that.
Okay, but you're asking them for 7 deputies
Yes,
and $500 increase for all your clerical time
yes,
and 200 for all your part-time civilians.
yes.
250 for all your part-time civilians.
All right,
So 701, I'm asking for 2 part-time, 7550. With the increase in court payments, where we will be increasing activity at the circuit court.
that said, and I don't mean to be offensive, but I was under the impression one time when the judges went to training and the state level, there was all the deputies in 701 were there and didn't have anything to do. Why would they not be able to serve papers?
The whole department serves papers. But that's why I said at one time I wanted to break 701 down and do away with it, because you all wouldn't allow me to do that. Because we all serve papers.
That wasn't the question though. And, okay, we can talk about it some other time, but we'll talk
Okay.
about that.
Yeah, I can't designate a deputy to serve papers because of the manpower shortage. They have to do other duties
No, that wasn't,
beyond.
the question, the statement was that I was under the impression that there were 3 deputies, I think it is, that dedicated to the courthouse. When the judges went for training for a week, they could have been serving papers and catching up on those.
What they do.
I was under the impression they didn't leave the courthouse.
If that's the case, I'm not aware of that, but yeah, they do come out and serve papers the same way when the court's not in session, the folks come over.
Right.
Judge Wilson one time wanted everybody still to stay over there. So I mean, that was an issue with the judge.
I think we can, you and I need to sit down and talk about this. I think we can
Okay.
probably work through it pretty easy. So, okay. Anybody have any questions on 701? All right, thank you, sir.
We done?
Oh, crap. You got too many counts, 708.
Did we do 708?
Not
No,
yet.
police
yet.
reserves, animal control and capital outlays.
There's only one request in animal control is, I want to increase the training and education, 3,600.
Oh, wait a second, we're in 708 police reserves right now.
Yeah.
708.
So last year you had, this year you have $2,500, you're asking for $5,000 for next year.
Yeah, they're gonna, they wanna make some changes, materials and supplies, they wanna jump up to 5,000. They wanna, put new logo on the cards, do away with the star and try to match it up with some of the cruisers or, and, items that they wanna come over by.
They haven't spent any of their budget this year yet.
That was my question. Has it
No,
still zero?
they haven't yet, no. They're getting ready to. They're gonna put the stars and, change the logo on the cards and stuff. They're gonna redo some strategy.
All right. 716, animal control.
The only, and there's an issue, Mr. Davis, I gotta talk to you about with 2 of the employees out there. You get that.
I just took salaries off of CMI, so. But,
I understand.
okay.
But I just want to say there's an issue there with that. But, only asking for an increase in training and education on the animal control, increases to $903,630. And I want to send 2 of them to law enforcement training academy down in Tennessee. 2 of them for me. We sent 2 already. We'd like to certification.
All right, questions on 716?
Nope.
All right, moving on to 980 capital, law enforcement,
There was no request.
no request. Okay,
I don't have any requests for this.
all right.
That's where the cruisers used to be funded through until the council. put it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, you all do all that.
All right, so just so, and I'm just doing some rough math here, Sheriff, but it looks like so on operational side, looks like $420,000 you're asking for an additional, so it's going from 6.197 million to 6.617 million is your request on all your controlled accounts before any payroll adjustments or new positions. And if you incorporate the payroll adjustments and new positions, and I know it costs about $120,000 per deputy, the total outfit and the salaries, which alone would be $840,000. You're pushing $1.5 million increase is what you're asking for, but you do know that's impossible. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You can always dream again.
Well, I don't blame you for asking, but
That's all I can do.
Right.
I mean, you all have to make the final decision. And here to serve you and the public vote.
but that's what I'm saying is that's a 25% increase, but I understand it's your job to bring it to our attention. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, next on our agenda, we did I addressed this with Mike and I should know his name, but Matt. All right, we addressed this, reinstated the MOU, but we do have, Mr. Bentley said he wanted to make some, comments. We ran ahead of schedule, so I filled in my schedule.
There was some discussion about whether or not a mediator would be of assistance to the group in doing these negotiations. And I wondered if you wanted to talk about that today.
Well, it was just, it's a possibility. I would like to think that all parties could come together and try to come up with a MOU that everyone would be happy with. However, if we aren't able to come together, we see some personality conflict going on early on, then I think a mediator would be an option.
So we want to wait until we get into it.
Yeah, I think we see how the first meeting goes and go from there. What we're looking at is to turn back around and as soon as we're gonna go ahead and get set up for the meetings to start. The committee that I put together for the county council and each chief from each fire department. So you have any different suggestions on how that should go? Mike? You need to come up to the podium though. Very soon.
Our understanding when we left Charleston, the State Fire Commission highly suggested and offered the two. We
We think this can be handled in short term. We
We
don't
do.
want it dragging out. Our goal is State Fire Commission, April 16th and 17th.
Okay.
Not June. We requested to have 2 fire service reps, one elected rep on the fire commission. Both elected. But we're not gonna have private time.
Are they, you expecting them to come up here?
Yes. They offered to. We feel that it's needed.
Okay.
Know what's going on. Meeting on. Review as soon as possible. Our goal, I feel the fire commission's goal is the same as ours, April. Be agreed upon by us, signed by all parties involved, and accepted and approved by them for the commission. Having the fire commission involved, so we're all on the same page. Yes, we can do this, yes, we can't do this.
From a legal standpoint.
Legal standpoint.
Okay.
Keep us all on the right track. There, and there's, our chiefs are definitely going to be a part of it. Probably since the presidents have been on the signature line on previous documents that the presidents should be.
You're in agreement that the association doesn't have anything to do with the agreement?
There was nothing. They're part of it, and let the the association.
I thought the fire commission said that the association had no involvement in the MOU. I mean, they're representing the fire departments that's in front of us. We're gonna have a.
That's not the way I took it, but I can clarify. I'd be more than happy to clarify.
Saying they're not a signature of the MOU. And they're representing the fire chiefs that's gonna be in the room.
I will clarify, definitely clarify on that.
Okay.
On that aspect of the association. Feel that we felt it and our commission on the same page. We offered up the 2 individuals from the State Fire Commission, agreed to be a part of it.
Fire commission folks, gonna be a resource, is that what you're saying?
resource.
So that if we need to ask
You
them questions.
don't get off track, I don't get off track.
So we try not to get off track. And it's easier to do if we don't have a crowded room. So,
So we'll try it this way, but I hope there's not gonna be a scheduling conflict with as many people that's involved.
I'd say evening times is gonna be the best for
Because I mean,
everybody.
you're looking at,
Talk to,
you're talking 20-some people, low 20s. A lot of people to try to get together schedule-wise.
probably the best would be. Part of the schedule. Steve, so after mornings, mid-morning, afternoon, work, primarily working daytime schedules. Involved.
I'm sure the committee for the set us up with the county council accommodate. So,
Does it make sense to coordinate that meeting with the 2 that are going to be coming up here and set up, find out what the times work with them and then give the
times and dates,
Right.
or days, I should say.
Yeah.
you said they're local,
One is, lives in the county and the other one lives in Berkeley.
so, not as though they're coming very far.
Right.
And they're working around other meetings.
And I've offered up, I'll tell you well then, I've offered up our big meeting room. Offered provide the bulk independent. It's a central location.
All right, well, we'll be getting some notices out. We're currently, and one of the reasons why we made it 120 days is because we're in budget cycles.
Yeah.
So we're not even through that until middle of March. There's a lot of hours being put in right now. Yeah. So, and we knew the process that not only us, the county council, but the fire board, and 5 individual fire departments, and the fire commission for their blessing. It'll take a little bit of time to go through that process. All right,
Yeah, I just, you know, we all want to try to have a conversation.
I think that's all of our goals.
And have this tried to you by April.
When is their April meeting?
April 16th and 17th. Committee meetings on the 16th.
So you basically got about 30 days from the time the budget's done.
Mr. President, Andy was in Charleston. Can we have a few minutes just to address the council? And I know he hasn't had the opportunity to talk to the council.
Good morning. Chief Gokenhour and I had the privilege of being in Charleston last week on Friday. Thursday, we addressed the committee fire commission. On Thursday, even though 10 members of the fire commission, not all 10 members of one committee, but we were able to present our information to all members of that meeting. Then the next day was the action. I've had the opportunity to talk to the county administrator and president and vice president. But we went down to the commission to ask for 3 things on behalf of Berkeley Fire. We did not go down to the commission to address the memorandum of understanding. However, the Fire Association, Beddington and Petersville, they were at the meeting and they requested to talk about MOU. We didn't really get into a back and forth and negotiate MOU at the time. That's not why we were there. 2 fire commissioners did make 4 motions on Friday coming out of the meeting. One of them was to make 2 fire commissioners available. Now, I'm not sure what the negotiation law is, but you know, in talking internally, I think Bentley is absolutely correct about having too many people at the table. But the 5 fire chiefs, 5 members appointed by the president, 2 fire commissioners serving, make a pretty workable group. They make 12. 10 working members and 2 members of the fire commission. Observer. It wasn't my impression, but I didn't know they did not get into the question of how they'd be involved. We didn't have that conversation with the fire commission. It was that they'd be available here to observe. I mean, you're welcome to do that. The reason why the MOU is reinstated is because, frankly, at the commission meeting, I did not feel like getting into a debate. I wanted to make sure that we tried to put ourselves on a path to move forward. Is that the fire commission has an administrative policy that requires the local fire prevention unit to have a memorandum of understanding. So in order to get into an agreement about whether or not there is a memorandum of understanding or not, we went ahead and reinstated that with the whole goal of 120 days, or if we're making substantial progress, to try to extend that. The other 3 motions of the fire commission, and I actually have a memo that addresses this, is that we ask for Berkeley County Fire to be recognized as a department, Berkeley County Fire to be assigned an ID number, Berkeley County Fire to be assigned a dual response area. Those 3 items, I think it's safe to say, were looked upon favorably by the commission, although they've made that conditional upon us reaching the MOU to submit because frankly, they did not want to give the local fire prevention unit those 3 items. This council decides in 120 days, if you can't reach an agreement, that you eliminate the local fire prevention unit. Now, I would say that's probably not the first step that this council would take. The second step would be we would work with the fire commission about their policy about what the role of Berkeley Fire is. Because the statute states that Berkeley, the local fire prevention unit, is treated like a fire department. And the commission has a policy that actually is a little bit more narrower than what the statute and the code of state regulations are. Now, to give the fire commission credit, just like Berkeley Fire was the first one to do this, fire commission has also been working through issues as well. And the chair of the fire commission knows that the policy was last updated in 2004. It needs to have a fresh look. I think that we have the ability to work with the fire commission to do that. The fire commission did give this council incredible compliments for the financial support that it does provide out of its general fund. And, you know, even though the fire fee is separate, this council has to vote to put that fire fee onto the taxpayers, which you do not have to do. You do. In a total, and that provides $4 million a year to the fire departments. So the way that we left the fire commission was, Assistant Chief is correct, is that we would come back to the table with all fire departments with the goal of trying to get something accomplished within 120 days, frankly, just so the government has a deadline, so there's something to work towards, even though it's a very busy time of year. Because, however, the fire commission did say that this is so important to them that they would even schedule an emergency meeting if they had to, if for some reason that we could not get something accomplished in 120 days, and we had to carry it on a little bit, you know, so it wouldn't be all the way to June. I'm not sure if we're going to need that, but it's a very busy time of year. It depends on how the initial talks go. But I think it's very important that it becomes a working, manageable group. And once you get to 20 people, it becomes almost impossible. So if you have the 5 fire chiefs, and you have 5 representatives that are appointed by the president, and you have the 2 observers from the fire commission, then you have representatives from all the different parties. Because I would assume, Mr. President, that one of your 5 is going to be Berkeley Fire, the chief of Berkeley Fire, to talk about operations. So if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer them. I think that the foundation that has been set is beneficial to Berkeley Fire in the cooperation that the Fire Commission gave to us in being receptive to the 3 requests that we had. But it is necessary that we have an MOU, and this council has made it very clear that they want one unified MOU amongst the group. I will say, I'll touch on the association a little bit. The association is a representative of the different fires. The chair of the commission did ask whether or not the association even had standing. I would submit that they do not need to be a signatory to this. They are not a legal entity to be a signatory. I would even, even questionable under the law whether even the fire board has to be a signatory. But definitely the county council and the 5 fire departments absolutely need to be a signatory to the agreement. But if Mr. President feels like it is acceptable to have a representative of the fire board as one of his 5 appointees to this, then that's your prerogative. Obviously.
As long as there's nothing stated in the MOU that doesn't pertain to the fire board, I have to agree with you.
If there is something that does pertain to the fire board, whether it regards its funding or whether it regards the 90-10 clause that's in there, then they would have to be a signatory.
Correct.
It just depends on how the memorandum of understanding
works out.
And the chief was with me, and you're more than welcome to correct me if I was incorrect in any of my statements. Any questions?
Do you have any questions on the direction?
Yeah, just clarification again, the two that would be coming from the, what was the organization?
West Virginia State Fire Commission.
Commission. Paid,
One paid,
paid
one volunteer.
professional, one volunteer.
Well, unless I'm incorrect, during the meeting itself, he didn't assign two particular people during the meeting itself. So I don't actually know who those two people are. Perhaps the volunteer fire departments have had further discussions. I'm not aware of who those two members are. I think one of the local members is Mr. Stroop, and is the other one Doug Rundle.
And they will be there for asking pertinent
They'll
questions
be-
too, for observation more than
They'll be there
anything.
for observation.
Discussion and observation.
Since they are the governing body,
Well, they're the governing body for you folks, they're not governing body
they will make sure that
as
things
council.
are on calendar.
Well, we don't need anybody to make sure we're on the up and up. And you don't need to agree.
Well, first, in my,
That's exactly why it becomes difficult when you have too many people right there. That's exactly why.
And
If
Matt
you're
is-
going to have somebody doing that, you're going to have problems. And maybe you should consider to limit it to the chiefs and go straight that direction.
there's really no reason to have anybody else. It's gonna be way too big.
Right.
But we'll work through the details and,
Mr. Brett, can I remind, council has made a decision that it's in the best interest of the public safety, to provide paid staff. As you know, council does not have to do that by law. There would be adverse consequences for sure if the council decided not to provide paid staff. And it has been the policy of this council since 2011 to do so. And although I'm not involved in policy, it's the right decision. However, to go in these negotiations, it's going to require some good faith negotiations to do so. And if it doesn't turn out that way, then this council is going to have a very difficult decision of whether or not it wants to continue down the same path that it has been. So there needs to be somehow or another, and I fully admit that I am the rookie to this game, but somehow amongst all parties, the emotions need to calm down, and this needs to be as a business transaction, because that's what it is, for the best interest of the citizens and the public. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to have some further discussions with the West Virginia State Fire Commission about expanding the role, perhaps, of fire. I do not think that we're there yet.
Mr. Blake, I've done some studies of the monies going from the counties, and outside the $40-some thousand that comes from the state, there's very little money coming from most of your county commission state to any of the fire companies at all. Start going across the cost and everything else. And even monies, I even ran across in one particular county, they wanted to do a levy, which I guess evidently failed, so the individual volunteer fire companies were sending out requests at $35 a slip for the people in the neighborhood to pay up. So when you're looking at 1.6 million plus the millions of dollars coming from the fire board, like you said, it's the best there is for this county, and I'll be honest with you, I can't find another county in the state that even comes close to those types of figures.
Mr. Davis, sorry, you can speak to this. I think that an informal poll amongst the county association, and I think that this fine absolutely agree with that. That's correct. And even the chair of the fire commission agreed with that. Now, it's great for the citizens. There's no question it's great for the citizens of Berkeley County, and it's good that we're in a position that we do that. But it's going to require good faith negotiation. So I do think, Mr. President, the first step and the most important note is set the format and who's on the committee. And and set the first meeting and how and the format of that meeting is, and go from it.
anything else?
No, sir.
Everybody else all right? All right, like I said, we have already took action on the old MOU. We reinstated it this morning because I was running ahead of schedule. That was the only one thing on there that I could do. Other comment, we'll be getting together with everyone involved. Mike, Assistant Chief Mike, Nichols, you're checking with the fire commission on the two reps that you say that are gonna be there. See what their schedule like, which evening hours are better for them. Which evenings of the week would be better for them, and then we'll go from there. Yep. Any, before we take a break, any items from public? All right, we're gonna take a break until 2:00. Thank you. we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Board of Review and Equalization with Larry Hess, Assessor, session number 5.
We've got some changes we have to make.
Okay.
But as far as any appeals, we have one coming in at 2:30. Mr. Spurgeon, he's coming in at 2:30. Other than that, we have, Andy's got some changes he needs to address. And I have some changes I've made on Spurgeon's property, but I'll wait till, I guess, when he's ready to do this.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Ms. Edgar?
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we have more changes today than we've had the other few days put together. The first one is for parcel 0338 3.31 for William Morley and Dreama Rogers. This was an instance where we had received a letter from the state of Florida that Mr. Morley was stating that Florida was now his primary residence and was giving up homestead in West Virginia, and therefore we removed it. And we sent Mr. Morley a copy of the letter that we sent to the state of Florida saying that we were removing the homestead. And he called this week and said, I don't want to do that. And I said, well, you can't get it in both places. So if we put it back on here, I'm going to notify Florida that you're getting it here, and Florida can do what they want. So he agreed to that. So we are putting the disabled homestead back on the assessment so that a property here in West Virginia will get it. And I did notify the state of Florida that he was receiving the benefit of homestead in West Virginia.
Okay.
Second parcel, Hedgesville, 37D, parcel 38, Shannon Darris. She came into the office this week stating that she had learned that her home was in class 3 and she had been living there, so we changed the tax class to class 2. So the assessment is staying the same, we're just changing the tax class. Okay?
Yep.
I feel like you're ready to ask me a question, I'm sorry.
Well, I was wondering, change from 3 to 2, why the assessment would remain the same?
The assessment always remains the same. It's only the tax levy rate that's affected.
Until what?
It's only the levy rate that is affected. The value stays the same.
So,
Oh, this is the
That is
the
the value of the
assessment
property.
value. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I thought you meant the assessment.
Well, I mean, the assessment stays the same.
Your
The tax bill would change, but I'm only talking
You're
about
right.
assessment.
You're right. I was confused.
Okay,
Not you.
okay.
what'd you have for lunch?
I was with you.
Maybe you should have had a drink. Okay, next is Hedgesville, map 21, parcel 1. This is a class split parcel. So we're talking about the 6,001 side, which is the class 2 portion. This was another one that we discovered during our proofing of homesteads, that we had homestead keyed on this. We called them because we could not find a homestead card, and it took us a while to get a hold of the people. We finally reached them the end of last week, I think it was, and they told us that they're not eligible for homestead. They are not 65, they're not disabled, and we believe it is another case of the previous owner had gotten it and we had neglected to take it off, so we're taking it off for 2020. The assessment is staying the same. The next one is in Martinsburg, map 11, parcel 242, William Parker and Roberta. Homestead was keyed on this parcel in error. It should have been keyed on a different parcel, so we're removing the homestead from this parcel. So the assessment stays the same. The parcel that it should have been keyed on is his brother's property, Martinsburg, map 11, parcel 242.2, Robert C. Parker. So that's where we're adding the homestead, since it had been added to the wrong parcel before.
So William Parker and Roberta Parker understands that?
Yes, they do. William and Robert, as I understand it, are siblings. Roberta is William and Robert's mother,
Okay,
okay? And they are aware of that, to my knowledge. Next is Opecant Map 1, Parcel 27, Rogers Shade. We revalued the camper on his lot so that the assessment changed slightly. It was $57,528, and it is now $57,348. Okay, now I'm going to ask you for all the remaining ones, because there are 17 lots listed. They are all the same property owner, and I have listed the previous assessment and the suggested assessment with the changes on here. Do I need to read each assessment individually?
no, but are you saying, not my opinion anyway, but are you saying the road's never been paved, or it's such bad shape that it's semi-improved now?
My understanding is that this is a subdivision, part of a subdivision that is 29 lots, and what they did was they paved the first 12 lots, and they meant to pave the remaining lots, and the weather did not cooperate, and the contractor told them they should wait till spring. The money's in the bank, ready for it to be paved. But as of July 1st, they were not paved, the ones that are listed.
Right.
So each one is listed individually by the district map and parcel. The property owner is the same. The mailing address is the same. The reason is the change. The only thing that is different is the assessment and the suggested assessment. They're all right around the same, but some variations.
All right, anybody have any questions for Tammy? All right, need a motion to, accept the, changes on, Ms. Egger's recommendation.
I'll make a motion that we accept the changes made by Ms. Egger for today's date, for the properties, which I don't mind that. For the properties to be, reported, different amounts, for the review and recommendation, accepted.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, I think.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the
I
motion?
was going to say it was 28.
If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, can I ask a question? Does that cover the ones that we're changing, the tax class and the homesteads?
All of them.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's what your motion was included. Thank you.
All right. That's it, Mr. Hess, right now. Not all for now? Well, actually, Nick Deal's next, so, okay, all right. All right, next on our agenda is Nick Deal, Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport Authority 2021 budget presentation. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you all doing?
Doing well.
All right. You all have our request there. I just wanted to give you a little information about some of the things we're doing at the airport and what's been happening really over the course of the past 5 years or so. Our budget has just about doubled in that 5 years. Our based aircraft has gone up about 25%. We have more based aircraft at our airport than any other airport in the state of West Virginia. We have more based aircraft than Hagerstown or Winchester. We are on track to be over 100 probably within the next year or two. And so that's pretty nice to see all those aircraft in Martinsburg. Our operations have gone from a little over 24,000 a year to over 30,000 a year in the past 5 years. So we're seeing more activity at our airport when other airports in the state are seeing less and less activity every year. Matter of fact, we're seeing a statewide trend of activity at airports dropping, whereas ours is going the other way. So it's kind of like the rest of Berkeley County. Some of the things that we've done is we were able to acquire some hangars over the course of the past 5 years. The Paddling Car building that was sitting essentially empty for several years is now occupied. We were able to sell the land that was on land lease through Ralph Lauren Polo, that building, which freed up that for sale. We have added a restaurant that's very good. Some of you have been out there. They got a pretty good lunch out there. Yep. And I'm trying to get chicken salad on the menu for a daily thing instead of just a special request, for those of you who are interested. We did the new master plan. We hadn't done a master plan in a very long time. We've had the same master plan there actually for about 20 years, I think. And so we got a new one of those done. We have a new strategic business plan that's been finished and we've been following. We're very excited about the new revised runway protection zone, and thank you all very much for all of your work on that. That is going to help us secure some projects in the future, and we're looking forward to continuing to grow as an airport. We have a new logo. We're doing quite a few new marketing efforts. We have an expanded board of directors. We have been able to obtain support from both Morgan and Jefferson counties, which we hadn't done before. Excuse me. So we've done quite a bit over the course of the past several years. We've had a lot of activity this year. We have several projects that are in the works. Some of them I'm hoping we're going to be able to announce in the very near future. Part of our request this year is a request for some additional money to support those new projects. We've asked for $181,162, which we prorate that based on the number of seats each municipality or county has. And of that, about a little less than $60,000 is what we had really earmarked for our new project that we think we're close to coming to fruition on. And so, just for your records, wanted to let you know that.
One of the things, Nick, that you and Neil there, the airport is and the board is moving along very quickly in a very, very positive direction. I think it's fair to say that this council recognizes that. One of our ultimate goals is just like we did with the development authority is to make the airport authority a self-sustainable entity.
Yes.
And I think that's on the right track.
Right. That's certainly our goal as well.
Right. So I think one of the things that we did, I think Mr. Davidson, a couple of years past, has been to be able to fund a little additional money for another position to move in that direction. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You will see in your packet is the summary.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and plus we appointed more people to the board at $5,000 per head, I believe it is. So we have 8. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, $5,000 a head.
Yep.
So it's 8. We have $40,000 there. City of Martinsburg must have 6. Jefferson County has 1. That's hope for this country.
Yes, sir.
So, and I think everything that y'all got going out there, thank you for all the hard work you do. I know you put your heart and soul in it, and all the hard work you got going out there. Hate to see breaks a flag. My only question to you would be if this council decided and was able to give additional funds, and exactly asking for it, but would that be, are you looking for that as, and I'm not asking you anything different than what I did the development board.
Yep.
Is are we looking for this, because we're looking for this to be draw down from us, or are we looking that we could do something like, okay, because you have so much in the works, could we say, okay, we're going to lend you the money without any assets being attached? Is that an option as well?
I think some of it certainly might be. We would ask you for funding, the same funding level you gave us in 18-19, which is about $125,000. And the remainder of that, which is like, I think it's like $56,000. We were going to ask you to, if it would be possible, to at least set it in some sort of reserve, but for that project. We know that the project we're working on is, we're going to have a year where we're going to be in a hole on this project. The reality is, I mean, we're estimating that we're going to be in the hole probably about almost $100,000 in year one. we think in year 2, we're gonna be at a break even, and then by year 3, we think we'll start to see some revenue come in from that particular project.
So, and I know for many, many years, since the airport authority has been in existence, that has had to be supported by the government entity. It's never been
Yes.
self-supporting, is what I'm trying to say.
No.
So possibly in the 4th year, if everything goes well, which is any business adventure speculative with some solid facts,
Right.
could be self-sustainable. We're doing the same thing with solid waste authority.
Yeah.
And Sorga is going to make them self-sustainable. I keep reminding them. So, that,
I think that we certainly could be. And of course, you know, as you said, it's all subjective, but we feel like that we're moving in the right direction with these projects. This is going to take, it's going to take, we have some money in reserve. It's going to take most of that to be able to do this. And we think that in our 5-year plan, we're looking at it being a lot more self-sufficient. 4 years might be borderline, but if everything goes the way we have forecasted it, then we think by year 5 we should be looking pretty good.
anybody have any? Are you open for questions now, or are you?
Yes, sir.
Part of your
Nope,
presentation?
I'm done.
Anybody have questions for Nick or Neil?
Well, first of all, I appreciate the report here with where the money's coming from and all the matches and statistical analysis. It gives you a better feel of what direction you're going in. Number 2, I keep seeing the state FAA or whatever it is keep giving money that keep talking about these airports going down, and we're the ones going up. Is there any way that we're going to be part of that pie?
That's a sore spot with me right this very minute.
I'm sure Nick has spoken his piece on that.
I've been in Charleston 5 of the last 6 weeks, and talking very specifically to the governor's office, asking them for some support for this airport, and have expressed that they are funding several airports in southern West Virginia with a great deal of money, and each one of those airports is losing activity annually, and we are gaining, and asking for, and as you all know, I'm from southern West Virginia, so you know I say to them, I appreciate you taking care of the people of southern West Virginia. They definitely need it. If you're looking for a return on your investment, invest it in Eastern Panhandle. And so we are in the process of requesting some state support.
Basically, same thing as this county council's done over years, is ask the governors and the state legislatures, just add a little bit of wood on the fire once in a while.
Yep, exactly right.
Right? Just to help us keep it kindled rather than to try to put it out.
Yeah, because the reality is that this area and the Morgantown area are the only 2 areas of the state that are really growing and generating quite a bit of revenue right now. So, and I think it's going to continue.
Neil, please.
Answer your question about the FAA grants. Those airports with airline service receive much more. You know, they can, at least the 3 largest airports in West Virginia can count on $1 a year better than they're owed or entitled. And so, while it's very difficult for us to find funds to even do the construction and preliminary drawings and stuff to get a project ready, they're constantly churning out that so that they can do one project after another. Our request that was larger in 1819 in that chart, 46,000 of it was for the project we're doing now. We needed the local matches. That money wasn't for the employee position. That wasn't the fund. It was. So that's why they constantly are announcing new projects, because you're getting a lot more, and all the consultant fees and everything.
I think it's pretty obvious that we notice the work that you're doing. See that we're, I don't want to say on the right track.
On the right flight path.
Yeah,
He's on a flight path, I'm on the track.
We got our wings spread wide. So,
There you go. There you go.
I think the vision of the airport itself is completely different from what it has been in the years past.
Yeah, I think it's, we have a board now that's actively pursuing growth. We have had fantastic support from the Berkeley County Council, and so I've had long conversations with Jim Whitaker, who's our neighbor there, and we're excited to have his help and support on some projects, and Dan has been instrumental in getting a lot of things done at the airport. We can't thank you all enough for everything you have done.
You was just talking bad about him 5 minutes ago before he came in the room.
We weren't supposed to say that until I left.
That was good timing, wasn't it?
Well, he gets for being late, huh?
So, you have any questions for him since you?
No,
sure you don't.
I'm pretty familiar
Yeah,
with what's
you're well
going on.
versed on it, right? All right. Well, thank you, and we'll see what we can do. And-
Thank you all
and
very
I think that if we did do something, then that could definitely be in contingencies. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, next on our agenda is board and review and equalization. Mr. Hess, you have Mr. Spurgeon as one of your applicants.
Yes.
All right, at this time, Mr. Spurgeon, I'm gonna recuse myself. Mr. Spurgeon and I have had some disagreements over the years, and so I don't want him to think that I'm making a decision that, because of that, all right?
And I also want to recuse myself because I've used Mr. Spurgeon's trucks just a couple of months ago, and hopefully we'll be using them again sometime when I need them. So I probably shouldn't be making that decision.
I'm leaving on, yeah, with that.
So you're left with Curly Joe and Mo.
Who's chairing it?
I think that'd probably be me.
That's you.
First off, do we need nobody needs to be sworn in on this? Or-
Well, I think whoever's gonna testify.
Mr. Spurgeon, the mic is yours, and Penny will swear you in for your testimony.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Penny.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Spurgeon, all
I didn't know
yours.
my presence would be so,
Yeah, you ran everybody off.
yeah, so
God.
it should be simple.
Well, you got the best of the crew.
Okay, well, won't argue that point. The thing that brings me here today, and I understand that Larry, in the assessor's office, has made some adjustments. And we had the option of coming back in here Tuesday, I guess. And I told him I thought it'd be best if I came in, because I had some other issues with the appraisals. I guess what initiated this to start with, because I have never contacted the assessor's office, I've never had no involvement with them. I stay out of here as much as I possibly can. But I get a letter in the middle of January, and I've got 7 acres on Route 11. I get a letter in January that the assessment on one tract, which was a 5.05 acres, the appraisal jumped $100,000. This was just property that there was probably out of the five acres, 2.5 acres was cleared off where I was parking trucks. The rest of it was brush, trees, rocks. So I started clearing that out last night. I'm still not done, but we've been working. I was informed that had nothing to do, my improvements had nothing to do with this increase. My assessment on that property from 19 to 2020 jumped from $155,000 assessment to $215,000 and $100. I could not imagine what justified that. So that's what started my calling. And I talked to John Streets in the assessor's office. He informs me that there was 2 parcels of ground that was sold in the Opeka district that affected the price of my ground. The 2 parcels, one was the daycare center up beside of North Junior High, which used to be Bonded's old shop and office. The other parcel was, as you're coming off of 81 at exit 16, there's 3 parcels of ground there, 11 acres. that was sold. Those was the two parcels that affected my increase. Neither one of those parcels have anything to do with me. And you can't tell me that coming off baby or ground that's sitting out on 81 is not more valuable than the daycare center. You've got accessibility to Route 9. You've got water and sewer that's in that development right behind that 11 acres. So that is prime ground. Anytime you can get property that's facing 81, the exposure has to be so much more valuable.
Do you have water and sewer to this?
I've got public water on my property, or by my property. Yes.
No public sewer.
No public sewer. They ran out of money when they was coming up.
Yeah, there's that little gap there by the
There's
waste.
about 70 people that the water department told me that they had run out of money and they couldn't do anything. Jim French wanted to get a bathroom in the Oasis Club because he was getting his tanks pumped twice a month. So he was upset about it. Kind of lost the train of thought. What I did do, I did some checking on other properties, that would affect me. One of them is bonded carrier. I mean, if you're going to compare apples to apples, then compare apples to apples. The comparison that I got wasn't common sense. So I could look at bonded carriers, and I'll tell you honestly, this letter that I got from whoever sent it to me kind of opened up my eyes to start looking at stuff. I never noticed it. I never knew this stuff existed until about 3 weeks ago. So I got on the computer. I didn't, had help. And I found out a lot of information that brought a lot of questions to my mind. Number one, bonded carriers, 5.48 acres in the industrial park. Their property, their land in 2019 was appraised at $107,000. My land of 5 acres down on Route 11 was at over $250,000. My ground is in high water risk. Now, if you don't know where I'm at, I'm on a hill across from the Oasis Club. Yet, where is all the flooding on Route 11? We get all these rains, but right down through the industrial park, by bonded carriers, by Al's Body Shop, down through past the trailer park. That's where and they're in low risk. I'm on the hill at high. So if I get flooded out, I don't know where you guys live at, but maybe you better build an ark. There's no I'm trying to understand how we get to this point of just putting numbers down and then saying, well, this is compatible to you. It's not. And it causes friction. It causes problems that we don't necessarily need. Without Larry's help, I'd be up here by myself. But he has given me assistance. He's taken the time. He's going to do something for me. But imagine if these kind of things are done to other people. What a mess it's going to be. Having to answer. I mean, taxes is taxes. My property has been listed at $70,000 an acre on that hill. If you look at the appraisal that was given to me. Now, right down the road past me is another parcel, J.A. Prather. There's 112 acres in there. It was appraised at $246,000 for 112 acres. There is warehousing on there that raised their assessment another 200-some thousand. But 112 acres, their appraisal for that parcel was 500-some thousand. The appraisal on my 7 acres, and I'm putting another parcel on my ground which got my shop and office in it, my appraisal is $609,000. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. How does this get overlooked? How is this done? And again, if I hadn't got this letter, and if I'd have just bought into it like I buy into cement things, and other people do, you're no different than I am. You buy into things without stepping forward. But this raised my eyes, and I started checking because it just didn't make sense for this to be done. And if people don't come forward, then they kind of deserve what they get. And I think you guys have opened this up to where you want people to come in and levy their complaints. And if they're legitimate, I think you guys are responsible to give a good, honest evaluation of what you're dealing with. I'm not asking for free taxes, but you can't take a piece of property in Frederick, Maryland, and value it to what Sonny Spurgeon's got in Martinsburg. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're looking at ground on 81. And all you guys know that property on 81 is more valuable than property on Route 11, 30 feet from my property line. There is a quarry hole that is probably 300 or 400 feet long. It's probably 300 or 400 feet deep with water and the hole itself. That property is zoned residential. Now, who in the hell can build a house in a quarry hole? Excuse me. How can that be? There's 26 acres that's adjoining to that. That's residential. And it's all quarry. But my ground, and I'm higher than what this property is, and I'm in a high water risk. And my property, for me to use the backside of that property that I got right now, when I first bought it in '92, I had to have a blaster come in and drill because it's nothing but solid rock. The only thing that I did with my improvement last year was I hauled shale in, I filled the top of it. I knocked the trees down, I pushed the tops, what topsoil was there, and I put shale down. Now I have put stone. Now, I've increased definitely by the assessor's office standards, I've increased the heck out of my property. If it jumped $100,000 from last year to this year, what in the world is going to be next year? So, again, Larry explained this to me the day before yesterday. The print is so small on that paper, I couldn't squint tight enough in order to read it all. So he may have done me a justice. He may have helped me a lot. He tried to explain it to me, and I'm just not educated to the point that I can understand what all he was telling me. But the basic stuff we've got here is flaws. How can 112 acres, gentlemen, be assessed at $240,000? And I've got 7 acres before you get to there, and I'm $250,000. With this new assessment, without him helping me, was going to be $358,333 for the same parcel that last year was $259,000. All you got to do is look at the numbers. All you got to do is look at the numbers. And when you look at the comparisons, you compare something that is compatible, not something that's just far-fetched because it was done. A daycare center has nowhere in the conversation with a trucking company. My shop, I had to get a water runoff permit in 14, a DEP. They come in, and I had to give them the footage, which they check behind me to see what my building was. They want to know how much water was running off my roof. Well, hell, it depends on how much rain I get. But I still had to get a permit. My permit was for 9,600 feet. I'm being assessed by the assessor's office for 13,300 feet. Now, I'm told, and I don't know this because this sure don't say it on the paperwork I get, I'm assessed for a building on this 5 acres. Larry told me that that building was a billboard that I got out there along Route 11. That's on that 5 acre ground. That I'm being assessed for that. That's a building. Well, if I'm going to be assessed for a billboard, then it ought to be a billboard on my taxing so I can understand it. The only way that I found out stuff is by his help and coming and asking questions, which I wouldn't normally have done. So, I mean, there's so many variables. I'm being assessed for pavement. I don't have pavement on my property. The only pavement that I've got is around my shop, my office. It's probably 4-foot walkway. So you can walk to get inside the shop. My parking lot I put down millings. And that's asphalt millings that I have put down and hauled for years. And I put them down and I run over them and I compact them. There is no pavement. There is no concrete. Now I do have concrete in front of the doors that probably have 15-foot square by, we'll say 30 feet. That's the only pavement. But as far as my parking lot, it's not paved. It's got asphalt millings. So I don't know when my property was appraised. I don't know when it was looked at. I've never had anybody come to my office or my shop and tell me they was from the assessor's office. As far as what goes on the inside, I've got a girl that's worked for me for 47 years. She's missed a month and a half of work, and she did that last June when she was involved in a car wreck right there at the industrial park. No one has ever came in to look at my shop, see what I've got in there. I'm understanding that I'm being assessed because I've got a roof over top of my head that I could use for storage. How do you know this? So there's just questions that, this letter here generated that's just thrown me a curve by not being into the click. I'm not going to come in here and sit down and bother you guys every couple of weeks. But I think I'm entitled to a better explanation and a better understanding of what is being done. Do I think there was anything done intentionally? I don't think so. I sure hope not, because if I find that intentional person, I'll look at them different. But this is my money. I've been in here since 1960. I've invested a lot of money in here, in this county. Don't want nothing for nothing. All I want is to be treated fair. This is not fair. It's not even close. If these figures came from comparing me to Bonded or this one or that one, I wouldn't have nothing to say. Jenkins's transmission place right beside of me. They've got 4.9 acres. Their ground was appraised at $143,000. I'm down the road just on the other side of Elm Tree, and mine's $260,000. They've got more background developed than me. So, I mean, if you look at what's out there, I really nib in other people's business. I don't normally do because of this. And I just think that you people, this is what you do. Give me the consideration, not only Sonny, but give anybody else consideration that has these issues. Because if I'm having these issues, there's got to be somebody else in this county that's riding the same mule. So I appreciate what you can do for me. Again, I don't know what Larry's going to do. I guess you all have to prove it. So I appreciate you listening to me. I did more paperwork in 2 weeks than I did in my whole lifetime. But compare me to somebody that's like me. Don't compare me to someplace or somebody that's completely out of league. So, I guess any questions?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're gonna listen to Mr. Hess
Okay.
now, and we may have questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
You sure because when you're about to give us the tree, the whole treatment of the trees to help you die?
I do. Have you given this to Mr. Spurgeon?
I think he had one the other day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Same one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where to start, but let me just say this. There's a lot of things, first of all, the cost approach that we use is not the best way to appraise the property, but it's the only way we can do it in all the counties in the state of West Virginia that allows you to have time to go out and look at as many parcels that you look at throughout the year to be able to get it done. You can't go out and do a market analysis where you would get 3 comparables on every property and compare them and do all that. It just wouldn't be time consuming. You just couldn't do it. So it's not 100% foolproof, but it's the best thing that we can use to get us where we need to be, according to the state tax department, according to the rules that we get or the precedent we get from the courts. This what we do is the right way to do it. And having said that, we have neighborhoods set up. In other words, the neighborhood that we're using here is 9,800, just a number. Okay, but for everything, if you would look at a map, you would see 9,800 would cover this certain area. And what that neighborhood should reflect is an area that has common values in it. In other words, not high or not low, not in the city and out in the county. There should be broke down to where there are individual neighborhoods, for instance, like a subdivision. If you take a subdivision, we would put a neighborhood number on that subdivision and say, this is one area that is treated the same. They all, we look at those sales in there, treat that neighborhood by itself based on the sales to create market value, that type of thing. And we've got 400 or 500 neighborhoods in the county. So they're all over the place. One of the things that we may need to look at with this, the area coming off of exit 16 is in the same neighborhood as Mr. Spurgeon's property that's down on Route 11 North. It does beg the question whether they should be maybe looked at as being put in 2 different neighborhoods. Pricing out on Edwin Miller Boulevard and the exit coming off of there compared to Route 11 North at the quarry right there may not be a good comparable to the same neighborhood. That's something, first of all, that we may need to look at. Okay. Now, the 2 sales that he had, 11 acres that come off of the exit 16, it sold for $900,000 for that 11 acres, averages out about $153,000 an acre. The other one, where the little building was there, up behind where the old McDonald's was, only had like a 3/4 of an acre lot, but you take those sales, those two, according to the state tax department, you need at least 3 sales to determine a value in any category that we set up. We should have at least 3 sales. So that kind of gives me an idea that, you know, that we need to look at this. Now, John, and with all due respect to John, he didn't have a chance to review the Opeka district this year because we go through every 3 years on a 3-year cycle. We do, you know, a couple this year, a couple next year, and a couple the following year. Well, we have to do the sales study every year. So he did the sales study, changed the land table. It hit everybody in that 9,800 neighborhood, but he didn't get a chance to go down and actually fine tune things. You know, you have to tweak them after you set those. If you change any values like that, you need to go tweak them and make sure everything looks right. Yeah. So, but as far as the value is concerned, the 2 sales, I think, of being applied to that 9,800 neighborhood turns out to be okay to a point. And I think that the problem that I saw when I looked this over is the way that it was structured as far as land values and how it's broke down compared to the neighbors. And the way that we have to look at the way we put these things together when we sketch them and list them on the on our property record cards. If you look at, just to try to explain that a little bit, if you look at the packet that I gave you, partial, that number 1, I've got them numbered. So number 1 is Mr. Spurgeon's, and you might want to go back to, while we're looking at number 1, you might want to go back to, find the map. What number is the map? Page 10. Okay, so page 10, you can see where I wrote on page 10 where the map is, that Opekan, that 8675 parcel, that first parcel there, that's Mr. Spurgeon's first lot. Okay, it's a 2-acre lot. The second parcel, you can see that 8676-1, that's the 5-acre parcel that sits adjacent to his main parcel. And that's the one that's in question. And the reason why I'm referring to that is, and if you go on down the street there, I'll be able to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so his first lot is 2 acres. We have it broke down. It was 102,000 because we have a prime site on it. Prime sites are, you know, the highest price we have for the area where your new construction is or where your building is. That area is set up for your prime site. Everything else is something else, either residue, secondary sites, or something like that. So you can see how the land table is broken down. We have 1 acre prime site at $140,000 an acre. And we have the other acre, well, it's 1.04 acres, but we have it at $14,000 an acre. And what residue cost is actually 10% of the prime site acre. So anytime you have a $140,000 prime site, you're going to have $14,000 worth of residue value per acre after you put your prime site. Okay, that's the steps we follow. And it's not just, we do this with residential, it's this the basic way that the cost table and the cost approach is set up. 1 acre, even with residential, 1 acre is a home site. Everything else is residue. And that 1 acre home site and the residue value should represent the market value for the land. That's what we try to accomplish. So you see 1 acre is prime site, the other acre is residue. Now, if you go to page 2, that just shows you last year's value. That's a 2019 printout of that first parcel. And you can see what it was for the land. It was $102,600 for the prime site and $10,670 for the residue. $113,300 total on the land value for last year. It went up because that $1,260 per acre, $102,000. $102,600. I'll get it out. Per acre went up to $140,000 based on those two sales that was put in the mix for that neighborhood. Okay, so that went up, the difference between that 113.3 and 154.6. Now, I'm saying that's okay if we're going to go with the tables that was put together for that 9,800 neighborhood. Okay, so let's say we're okay with that. Now, go to page 3, and you're going to see Mr. Spurgeon's second 5-acre tract. And you want to look at the map at the same time, that same map on page 10. That's that. You can see the picture of it. And now that picture is as of March of 2018. But there's, according to Mr. Spurgeon, he's done a little bit more clearing off there, but he parks his trucks over there. And there's no improvements other than that billboard. We don't have a code for billboard. So and all the billboards we have in the county are listed in our notes as billboard, and we put a flat value for a spot there because it has income potential. It does bring in income. So a billboard, we put like $5,000. That's what we have on this. Mr. Spurgeon thought that was an improvement, a building, but it's not. It shows up as an improvement on the tax bill, like, you know, showing $5,000 worth of improvements, but it's a billboard spot. Other than that,
do you value the billboard?
No. No, not to get the head of it. Go ahead.
You don't value the billboard using the income?
No, we looked at that, but we can't get those numbers. It's most of the people.
You use the cost approach?
No, no, we don't.
So what do you do?
What happens with a billboard, Lord, is you know, it's considered personal property, business personal property. So if you own a billboard, you would report that on your business personal property return, which you would pay taxes on it as business personal property.
You call
The
all
only-
billboards, you call all billboards the same? or
Yeah,
they're
we
different?
do. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
a big monopole with the billboard that's 60 feet in the air versus one that's 5 feet in the air, they're the same?
They're not the same, but we're
Right,
only
billboards.
valuing the spot that it's sitting on, piece of land.
So, and you build,
You know what I'm saying?
you value all of them the same?
If you got a huge billboard compared to a small billboard, it's going to be worth more. And when you report that on your personal property business return, it's going to show the value is going to show up there. But what we're talking about here is a piece of land that it sits on, just, you know. And we put a $5,000 estimate on those spots. It's like a mobile home spot sitting there. It has value because you hook up a mobile home. This has value because there's a billboard there. But it's not the value that the billboard has. It's just for a little piece of ground and it sits on. That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is. And so, but at any rate, now, if you get to his 5-acre tract, here's where I think we need to make a correction on this, is that you go to page 4, this is what the appraised value turned out to be once the new neighborhood values at 40,000 for the prime site and 70,000 for the undeveloped acres went up to, there's a reason he got a letter, because his value went up. It went up to $353,500 for that 5-acre tract. And we had on it the previous year, I think it was on page 3, we had, whoops, that's the wrong one. Page 5, I went the wrong way. Page 5, we had 259.1 on it last year. So like Mr. Spurgeon says, it went about $100,000. And which, you know, that's a good bit of, you know, if it's worth it, that's fine. But, you know, when you see things like this, then this is where you have to tweak. We have to start looking and find out if they are fitting in and matching up to market value.
And so, have you tweaked it?
I tweak.
And what's your tweak bring it to?
My tweaking, my tweaking brought it to page 3 at $210,700. Now, to explain why I did that, how I did that, is the fact that if you look at page 5, that's the one I'm looking for, page 5. See, the whole 5 acres was listed as undeveloped land. Okay, so undeveloped land is the cheapest bracket, $70,000 per acre. Then when you go up to improved, you get into prime site, secondary site, you know, those values climb as you get from where it's undeveloped up. And the theory behind the cost approach is the fact that you need to start out with 1 acre of either a home site, residue, or 1 acre of undeveloped, and the rest of it residue. That's how you start out. As you build, then the acre of undeveloped would turn into prime site or secondary site. You have sidewalks, parking areas, that would be secondary site. You would build it up as it was being built, and the value would go up as, you know, as naturally it would. The problem is here, if you looked at, you know, go down through every one of these, if you want to, I can show you where the problem lies, is that there's no residue value on his 5-acre tract. On the first lot that he has, the 2 acres, we have 1 acre prime site, 1 acre residue. That's $140,000 an acre plus $14,000. Okay? If you want to go down through the whole strip, go down to where Pat Henry had that, no, Pat Henry, Alan Henry had the car lot down there. They all are broken down that way. You know, 1 acre home site or prime site, rest of it residue. 1 acre prime site, next one residue. And you look at the pages going down through them, that's just the way we set it up. Okay? This did not have that. Now, one of the things that has happened in my office that we need to kind of work on a little bit is sometimes when a sale comes in on vacant land, I've noticed this over a few years, that a lot of times they get put on as all undeveloped in order to try to get to that sales price. It's not following the original protocol for how you set up 1 acre and the rest of it residue to start your value chain. Okay? So, and to prove this, I can show you a couple examples. The most recent sale here that I could find was where Alan Henry had that parcel down at the end of the street. He had 2 parcels there, and I do have a copy of that's on page 11. You can see that's just right down the street from Mr. Spurgeon's property. That two parcels there sold for $440,000. All right, now think about this, $440,000.
For both of them.
For both parcels. Now, it had 300 and, I don't know, 300 some thousand dollars worth of improvements on it. Okay, so keep this in mind. We're talking about $440,000 for both parcels, that building, everything. That's the closest sale I can find. Now, it didn't get put in our mix because it was an additional parcel involved. So that sale gets kicked out. When we have additional parcels, they don't key it as a valid sale. It gets kicked out.
What does an additional parcel mean? What's that?
Two parcels, three parcels, four parcels, more than one. More than one.
So if it's a sale of more than one in the same sale,
Yeah.
you're saying you kick that out.
Yeah, it doesn't get it put in the mix, so it didn't get
Is that
included in
because
the.
the law says that's what you
Well, it's
should
just
do?
the way we do it, yeah. That's just the way our system works, yeah. Yeah, it's coded that way.
Now,
And
let
we
me
have to
ask
code
you,
them that way
just
because,
to kind of shorten this a little bit.
yeah,
if
okay.
you can.
Yeah, I'm trying to be as quick as possible.
Comparable sales,
Open market, now.
comparable open market sales, how many? Just two?
There was two on a secondary strip that was considered to change this market.
And they were on 81, if I remember.
One of them was on the exit 16
Exit
ramp.
16.
It comes around that ramp behind the old Holiday Inn, just around that circle.
Okay, which is generally a commercial area.
Yeah, and they have all the hookups there too. I mean, somebody wanted to develop that.
I mean, that's pretty valuable land.
Oh, yeah.
Now, so you say you need three, the state says you need three
Supposed to have three.
in order to do a sales approach.
Well, let me clarify that. John had 4 sales. 2 of them were on secondary sites, like Mr. Spurgeon's property and the 2 sales that was on the secondary site was the one on 81 and the one behind the old McDonald's. There was 2 other sales in the same 9800 neighborhood, same area, same neighborhood, but they were secondary or they were 4s, I think it is. That fine?
And you were thinking a while ago, if I understood what you were saying, you were thinking that in that neighborhood that you described, that it's possible that the area off of exit 16 shouldn't be perhaps in that neighborhood.
That's it.
And if that's true, if it shouldn't be in that neighborhood, and that's where one of those sales is from that you used, what would the value of the land of Mr. Spurgeon's land be if that area was not in that neighborhood?
Well, I don't know. We'd have to, because it is in that neighborhood, and that's how
Well, it's in that neighborhood, but you told the board that you didn't think it should be,
well,
or that there was a question in your mind.
Well, the only way you can know that is you have to study. If you were going to separate the area out there where the sale off of exit 16 from Mr. Spurgeon's area, you'd have to set up 2 different neighborhoods.
Okay.
And you'd have to study to figure out how much that Mr. Spurgeon's strip should be per acre. And you'd have to figure out exactly what that should be out there. If there's that much difference between it, that could be something we need to look at. That's what I'm thinking that may be one of the problems. It could be because it's not a real good comparison.
You say that could be one of the problems, which seems to me to be you saying there is a problem with our appraisal.
Well, think about what I said though. You can, if you use those sales, I'm not saying that we need to change that. I'm saying he only had 2 sales. He had 4 sales in
4
that
sales.
neighborhood. But even if you leave that alone at 140,000 per acre and 70 on the secondary or the undeveloped, that'll work. What I'm saying is not correct is that his 5-acre tract should have been broke down as 1 acre. Well, let me say something else. The use of the property is one of the most important things we look at. Use, okay? So now, keep in mind, if you got 1 acre of undeveloped and the rest residue, or you got 1 acre home site and the rest residue, here, Mr. Spurgeon is using about half of this, 2.5 acres. So to build up to a value, what I would do, and this is what I did, it doesn't have anything to do with the change that John made in the neighborhood value. Leave them alone for right now. I'll tell you, it could need a study. It could need to be looked at. But if you leave that alone to make this right, to tweak it, as I call it, this should have 2.5 acres of undeveloped land on it, and then the rest of it residue. Because the actual use of that 5-acre tract, he's parking trucks over there, he's leveled it off, he's got some gravel or whatever. He's used about 2.5 acres of it. And the other 2.5 should be residue. Now, to do that, that is following the guidelines that we have to follow to set up all this stuff. It's the actual use, it's what he's using, 2.5 acres. It's not developed, so you can't put a prime site on it. And you can't not put residue on it because everybody else up down the strip has it. So you're not treating people fairly if you don't do this one the way you do everything else. If you want me to show you how I can prove this, in other words, show you what the values coming out.
I think what the board needs to hear right now is if you would identify each of the parcels that are the subject of Mr. Spurgeon's objection, and what value you think should be on those. You've tweaked and changed those values.
Yep.
So if you could give us those.
You got it. I
Because
got copies of it.
we
You got copies of it. I can name them off to you.
just name them off.
Okay. All right, so what I consider to be the fair way to do this would be he has that partial Opequon District, map 2, partial, whoops, wrong map, hold on. Opequon 6, partial 76.1, that's the 5-acre tract that we're talking about.
Okay.
That's the one that was listed from, and the reason they got the letter was because it had all undeveloped value at $70,000 an acre. So it jumped up to $353,500 for that vacant 5-acre lot.
Right.
Now, you take the common sense. If you look at that sale down the street for $440, with all them improvements, buildings, compared to a 5-acre,
Right.
basically a rock pile,
Right.
it kind of gives you an idea that you're a little bit high. You know what I'm saying?
So where did you move it to? Where did you tweak it to?
So I use the exact example of what's being done there. 2.5 acres is being used, but it's not developed. It's undeveloped, 2.5 acres, rest of it residue. Page 3 is my corrected value at $210,700 on that 5-acre tract.
Okay, now what's the next?
The next one, well, that's the only
Or is
one.
that it?
That's the only one. Now, the other one went up, his first parcel went up 50,000, but assuming that the sales are hitting the right numbers, I'm just making it match up because of the residue values. That's where the problem is. It didn't get tweaked as far as the
So you didn't tweak that one?
Not that one, no. It already had a residue. We had 1 acre of pond site. The other acre was already residue, so I had to do it anyway.
I have a question. You said the parcel on exit 16 was ready to be developed. Had to.
I didn't
You
say
said
that.
had, yeah.
It
you said-
has utilities
Yeah,
available.
okay. His parcel, what do you got for a sewer system for the building now? His parcel does not have sewer.
I know.
There is no sewer out there. That's got to affect the value
I
because
understand
it's
that.
not developable.
That's my point. It may not be a good comparable. It may need to be looked at to be maybe put in a different.
And, I mean, no offense, but the area in which if you look around the area that his property is on, it's kind of distressed.
What backs up to a quarry?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, up
Yeah.
Route 11, you hit Bessemer. for
It's a
God's
rock pile too. I mean,
Yeah.
he's up high on a
Yeah,
rock pile.
Edmund Miller Boulevard, you know what Edmund Miller Boulevard is, so
Yeah.
there you got a discrepancy. I mean,
The economics of it didn't even compare.
No, and that's what I'm saying, but even though we use that table, I think if we would get the residue thing right and put it the way it should be, it balances out pretty quick. Bounces out pretty good if it's tweaked that way,
So,
you know.
Mr. Spurgeon, are you satisfied with the drop in value to 210, 700?
For the 5
Now,
acres.
we recognize, I think everybody understands what you've been saying. There's a problem that this occurred to start with, and I think they're getting to that. They're gonna do the study and get to that. But for purposes of 2020 tax assessment, is this an assessed value or an appraisement?
This is appraised.
210,700, which is a drop from 353. Are you satisfied with that for this year?
Yes, yeah.
That's got the 5,000 added to it for the building,
That's
for the billboard.
The new appraisal, I didn't know what it was. I had to figure that out myself.
Yeah.
The letter I got from the board was a $215,100 assessment. So I did the math and it really came up $358,333 is what the new value is.
Yeah.
So by him dropping it back to the 210, I'd have been satisfied, and maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot, I'd have been satisfied with what it's been for the last 4 years. So, what I was looking at, and only found this out the day before yesterday, was on my 7 acres, I was looking at almost between $150,000 and $160,000 increase in my property, just on the appraisal. Now, I don't consider 81 my neighbor. I don't consider the daycare.
Yeah.
What I consider my neighbor would be Jenkins Automotive, J.A. Fraser, Alan Henry's, the old water department. That's in my area. We're not comparing the right stuff.
Yeah, we understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And they're gonna look at it, but if you're satisfied.
I'm satisfied with what he's done, and I appreciate that.
We'll
Thank
take that into consideration.
Well, I mean, it's a fair.
It's the right thing to do as far as I'm concerned. Of course, I'm concerned. So I'm satisfied with what he's done. There's just other issues.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to go back in here next year doing the same thing. So, but I will be if it's outlined. So
We understand that. Thank
Okay.
you very much for coming in.
You're more than welcome.
Thank
And
you,
I'm
sir.
sorry about the other guys having to run them off.
I
I
have
am in a rough neighborhood down there.
well,
And
I
that's
mean,
true.
I drive it, I've been driving that area for 40, 50 years, and, it's always been like that.
I could throw a baseball 3 times and be in some of the worst trash in the country. Am I done?
Thank you, sir.
if you're good, I would say that we are.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Whenever there's a value of some parcel that's sold or a property that's sold, now, whenever that gets keyed into the 9,800 box that we were talking about in comparison that Sonny's was in.
Mhm.
What if those parcels or property was sold at a distressed value?
They don't get in the picture.
See, now that's not fair.
Well, yeah, it is, because, you know, if you have let's say a foreclosure or a bank
No,
sale.
no, no, I'm not
You're
saying
not talking about that?
foreclosure, not
Okay.
talking about a foreclosure or anything. Let's just say I have a piece of property that I sold it for half of the price of what we keyed in.
If it's
If it's actual
if
sale.
it's an open market sale,
Mhm.
you'd have to look at the definitions of an open market sale. It's been on the market for a reasonable amount of time. It was exposed to, you know, and there's no duress between the buyer and the seller. It was a fair negotiation, then that's considered a fair market value. Those are the sales we try to determine, because when we see a sale, we validate it. We go look at them, talk to the people, talk to the realtors, or whatever to validate, make sure it's a valid sale before we put them in the mix to determine, you know, how we're gonna look at the total values once we look at all the sales.
But that wouldn't have any bearing then as far as, but maybe I used the wrong word as a distressed sale or distressed value.
You say something sold a little bit low, maybe?
Or, yeah, let's
Yeah,
just say it's
if
sold lower.
If it's an open market sale, we put them in there. It's
Okay.
part of that.
So then that
sale.
would pull the other properties possibly lower?
Possible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And we can't just look at one sale.
No, I
You know, we
understand.
like to
That's-
see.
I mean, the three
We like to
number
see
rules,
it
I see
say
that.
that, you know, but.
Okay.
We okay with that one? All right, thank you.
Okay, I turn the gavel back over to the president.
Well, thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Mm-hmm.
It's always good to be back.
Hey, good to have you back.
All right. Wait for Alan to get back in. I have to leave at 4 o'clock. I got 4:15 that I can't.
Okay.
I have a meeting at 4:15 today.
What's going on, Randy? That's a nice picture you put on last night.
All right, get rolling. Gee whiz, I got one on the left, one on the right now.
2:45, we're running behind you, buddy. Just tell me
I
it's running.
expected that. All right, next on our agenda is Stacy Roan, CDO of Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle, budget presentation for 2020 and 21.
Hello.
Always good to see you.
Passing some of these out.
Still not accustomed to that hair color, but
Well, it might be going to a different color.
Ah.
Just wait for it.
I think I might do mine too.
Well, I'll take you to my hairdresser.
My wife might have a problem with that.
I'll babysit. I'll make sure the evenings
You got my back?
Let me know who you go to. Back in, it's purple.
Okay. Well, she told me the other day I changed the shampoo. The purple shampoo was turning my hair color.
So good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? So
Doing well.
first, I want to thank Elaine for coming out Friday. We had a very unexpected visitor, but it was a great visit. The U.S. Department of Education. We are, to my knowledge, the first after-school program in the country that they have observed, in at least this year with this deputy. And Amy Viana was in the club, and I think she's like a step or two below Betsy DeVos. So she got a chance to see what our little clubs in the Eastern Panhandle are doing in after-school education. And just, it was a great opportunity for us to kind of show off what we do and talk a little bit about the impact that we're making in young people's lives here in the Eastern Panhandle. And we were just excited to host her in the Martinsburg Club. So Elaine, thank you for coming and representing the council. I appreciate you being there.
The only comment I have is the fact that I'm hoping that the budget goes to start including after-school projects because of the good work that they're doing.
Thank you so much. So a couple different programs that are operating. I want to talk about our after-school program here in Berkeley County. We still operate our 21st Century program in 4 different schools in the county, and then we bus in from several other schools. I wish that there were capacity that we could bus in from more. but mostly they're close into, they're in city proper, and then also some of the schools that are out in the county that are still relatively close. In saying that, 21st Century Community Learning Center dollars, which are federal pass-through monies that come through to the state, really help to support that. So we're very grateful for those dollars. In addition to the after-school programs, I'm very proud to say that the Boys and Girls Club in the Eastern Panhandle is the recipient of a Department of Justice grant to run a prevention camp for children who are opioid affected. And that means that they may have lost a parent because of an overdose, or they're with a relative caregiver because a parent is in treatment and recovery, or the family's just not stable and they're in foster care or with a different relative caregiver who can provide the support that they need. This is something that affects every demographic. It doesn't pick and choose just because you live in poverty, this is what you experience. But if you do live in poverty, it's just exacerbated that much more. So with this grant, we're going to be able to provide 6 weekends at a stay-away camp, and we're partnering with Camp Tomahawk, the Salvation Army camp that's between Martinsburg and Tomahawk. And we'll be able to provide a variety of services, but part of that is a mental health component. We'll do signs of suicide evaluation on children a couple times throughout the camp, just to make sure that they're okay, because there are a lot of times when kids are not okay. And the nice tie-in with the club is that the children that are in the program, we've already identified 20 children that are currently attending our clubs that we can provide that day-to-day connection. I always say kids don't pick that they're going to go to an after-school program because they really like that ping pong table or they're really having a good time with that basketball. It's the person that's teaching them what to do at that ping pong table or the basketball that makes all the difference to them. It's about the relationships and the mentoring. By the numbers, so last year we served 781 young people in Berkeley County alone. Of that, 116 were coming every day to our programs, and then others would pick and choose. We offer a variety of programs that are not daily programs. Case in point, our photography program, phenomenal. It's been in existence for 49 years. Next year, Pat will have been at it for 50 years, even though I think for the last 3 years I've said, next year's 50 years. He always corrects me. He's like, I'm not that old. But that program has been a long-standing program where kids don't come every day. They just come to that particular program once or twice throughout the week. But we try to make sure that there's something for everyone. Kids need a lot of help. Sometimes it's a parent that is working down the road that they might have a decent income, but they don't have supervision after school. So sending that child who has all the supports once the parent gets home, but doesn't have that support right after school, struggles. So that's another reason why it's important that we're there and that we're providing that program. So we have asked for some support. The cost of membership is $2,800. And I calculate that by what our budget is, the number of kids that are coming to the after-school program, the average, plus a cost evaluation of kids who are just coming to individualized programs. And the way that we valued it is $10 for our after-school program, which runs for 20, I think there were 200 days there, and then 8 weeks through the summer to calculate in a 7-week program plus a week for staff training. And that's how we valued that $2,800. So out of that $2,800, thankfully we do get grants, and that helps to support about 57% of our operations. However, the remaining amount is it's brought in through fundraisers. I'm going to give a shout out to Randy Lewis back here, because this weekend is a Sunrise Rotary Dance, and they have been longtime supporters of the club. So Sunrise Rotary is amazing to us, and we're so grateful. the Rotary Club in Charlestown has really stepped up. I know we have a lot of longevity here in Berkeley County, so sometimes it seems like, everything that's happening is happening in the county that we've had the longest history. And I'm really happy to say that Jefferson County stepping in to do more. The Rotary there gave us a $10,000 impact grant to get our van and our bus on the road. We now have transportation. We're reaching out to corporations like Unicare that are going to help us put wraps on the vehicles. So very soon we'll have the equipment or the maintenance done on the vehicles so that we can wrap them and get them on the road too. That's going to be critical in transporting kids to our camp. And then just really, and Morgan County has really stepped in. We're still in process of looking for a new home there, but I think couple weeks, I hope we can make an announcement there. So it's really about the entire community and how everybody connects in. City of Martinsburg is working with us through the Community Development Block Grant monies to renovate the club and do a lot of work within there. We have a bathroom renovation project getting ready to start in August. We'll be putting the bids out for that in the coming months. We're going to gut the bathrooms and put individual bathrooms in so that it's one child in, one child out, to just create a safer space. That's something that we've really been working diligently on in the last year, is to create safe spaces within our clubs and monitor that. So we have cameras installed in all of our facilities now, both inside and then outside as well, so we can see a little bit more of what's happening. We're growing in a good way, but that also means that the number of children that we can support grows as well, and that's where your help comes into play. So I would respectfully ask that you consider us in the budget, and we're grateful for all that you do.
Stacy, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Stacy right now?
No questions?
Program with the empathy.
Oh, the social emotional learning. So we started last summer. We received some funding for social emotional learning. Our kids come to us with a certain level of understanding on how to manage their emotions. We started a sunshine committee where our kids are making cards and notes for people in the community that might need a, hey, hope you're feeling better, or I'm sorry for your loss. They're actually, right now they're working on, if you saw in the Morgantown Police page, the boulders that rolled down and hit the PRT and the car. We actually know, we have a connection to the young lady that was injured on the PRT. So the kids are writing get well cards and sending them to her. Sometimes it's a staff person who has lost a family member that they'll send a get well to. I think Barbara Beckwith, they sent notes to her when she had a stroke, and we just try to look out for people in the community to give a little bit of extra cheer. So that's one piece. And through the social emotional learning, we have books that target certain behaviors. There's one that's called A Flicker of Hope, and it really talks about a young person who's lost their sense of hope, and it puts it at a child's level so they can understand that no matter what you're going through, there's always going to be somebody that's in your corner, and there's always a reason for hope.
Stacy, I see where last year we gave the Boys and Girls Club $14,000. This year you asked for $25,000, which I'm sure none of you asked for $25,000 last year, and was grateful for the $14,000. But last year we turned it up a good bit for you.
And I'm grateful for that.
I think that was more money. Since 2011-12, that was the most money. Actually, that was more money than all years combined before that. So we do care about you.
I know you do, and I'm so thankful for that. And as long as there's a kid walking across the threshold of the club that needs our support, I'm going to ask everybody in the community to help with that.
And we understand. understand that.
Yeah.
So, thank you for, I want to say thank you for a great job. Thank you for your passion for the children. Because a lot of times without people like yourself and your staff, the children would probably get that.
And it really is a team approach. I mean, it's a whole team of people down there. And this work didn't, it started long before I got there, and I know it's going to go on long before or long after I'm gone, but I'm just grateful that, there are people in the community that support us and believe in us, and you're one of them. So thank you to the entire council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I also want to say thank you. Tammy Hawkins and Steve Bobeck and their team have been instrumental in helping us to keep our place clean, and they work on projects down there. So thank you for that too, because that's a whole other layer of support that I'm really grateful for.
Tammy and Steve's program is priceless.
It is invaluable to us, so thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, Randy, we're gonna, since the assessor's not here, we're gonna put you in front of him. Hurry up, get up here. Yeah, next on our agenda is Randy Lewis, Executive Director for Main Street Martinsburg.
Oh, President Copenhagen,
Good
thank
afternoon,
you. County Commissioners, thank you. Mr. Davis, thank you. Mr. Bentley.
We're
Thank-
councilmen over here.
Council, I said County
This is
Commissioner.
County commissioners, we're not commissioners.
Okay.
We're a council.
We've been called worse.
Okay, council, excuse me. I guess I'm from the old school of county commissioners, so anyway. Thank you for the opportunity to, that you're giving me today to talk about Main Street Martinsburg. First of all, thank you all so much for last year for the $5,000 that you gave Main Street. It was greatly appreciated. We actually, we used that money to do a grant for AmeriCorps member and paid for half of that. So we needed staff in my office because I'm the only one there. The rest are all volunteers. We have great volunteerism. I do appreciate Elaine Moff for all her support and time as being on our board member for the last probably 9-10 years. Thank you for your efforts and support. With Mr. Dole, thank you for helping with the Wine Fest last year and all the events that you come to and patronize as well. Mr. Davis, I saw you at Boots, Brews, and Barbecue last year and Fridays at 5, so I want to thank you for coming and supporting all of our events. And Mr. Copenhagen, thank you for coming to all of our Fridays at 5. And I know Jim is always busy. I've seen you around the community, but I know you've been to Fridays at 5 before. Mr. Barnhart, I know you're busy too, so I'm not sure if I've seen you at Fridays at 5, but
Been there.
okay, so a lot of people there, but Mr. Bentley, thank you for your support as well. But we're really about taking our Berkeley County and our city, and it's a lifestyle change for what we're doing. It's people coming into our community, seeing how great work that we're doing. We're the only organization in Berkeley County that actually is doing a lot of the events and promotions and projects, and it really brings the quality of life to our city and plus our county. So bringing that in, and if we don't have the viable of downtown in our county, then people aren't going to stay here or live here or work here or play here. So it's about building relationships with the community. We do a lot of we strengthened a lot of our last year, a lot of our projects and a lot of our events, and we see an increase each year in building on that. We are funded by the city, we're funded by the county, we're also fundraising, and also we're a membership organization. So we had a very successful membership drive just a couple weeks ago in January, and people are having that passion about what we're doing and what we're moving forward. Our city limits, our downtown, there's a lot of good investments happening. There's going to be more to come in investing in the downtown. We're very fortunate to have the hotel being sold, and that's actually going to increase traffic in downtown plus living in downtown. we have a lot of mixed-use buildings in our downtown, so we're really looking forward to having people living downtown and having to patronize the restaurants and the retail stores. So, and all that coming together and working together and building that relationship and having all these events, Music in the Square and Chocolate Fest and Boots, Brews and Barbecue and Wine Fest at Boydville, it is a quality of life issue. So I appreciate what you've done last year for the money, and we're asking for the same $25,000. And I know that you see a lot of agencies in the last couple of years, and I know you give a lot of money to different agencies, but I respect what you're all doing as a council in our Berkeley County. I think things are happening right now with our city and county. I think we're growing. I think we're going to the next level where there's new blood coming in, there's new investments. I think we'll see changes happening. So I think 2020 and moving forward will be a great year for all of us. So with that being said, you have any questions about what we do or
I'd
what?
just like to comment, Randy, I think you've done a lot. You work very hard.
Thank you.
Downtown Martinsburg. All the good things that you said, that seems like things are starting to happen, and I see a vision for downtown too, and it's going to take people like you to.
It takes time and energy.
It does, and you may have seen me a couple of Fridays at 5, but
I'm not putting you out, but yeah, I'm glad you're there.
yeah, I'd like to be there. I have a great time, that's exciting times. It's a good time.
People having fun and they want to enjoy their community and their neighborhoods.
My grandparents, when they were downtown, they were talking about the bandstand. They're down there, so that's pretty much what the Fridays at 5 is.
Mm-hmm. We'll never have downtown like it was in the 50s and 60s because of the way that life is. Life gets in the way, but I mean, having small events like the Fridays at 5 and having different projects, it does bring people and traffic downtown.
Your vision of people working downtown, playing downtown, and living downtown is what downtown was all of us. A lot of people live downtown.
Sure. And we're seeing that come around.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does Main Street do anything with the unused and underused inventory of property in the downtown area? And by that I mean, there's several buildings that have potential to be apartment buildings or Airbnbs or whatever, but for one reason or another, those areas are vacant. Has there ever been a study put together? And I would think it would be somebody like Main Street that does that, to go back to the city or the county or whatever and say, we have this much, how can we work together to help these properties become developed? If somebody's looking to rent a space and comes to you, is there an inventory list that you can say, hey, there's these buildings are vacant, these properties are being sold?
Yeah, so we do have an inventory list of all our vacancy that we have, and right now we really only have 6% vacancy in our downtown. So people, I think, see the big buildings and they think everything is vacant, but I mean, we do have a lot of occupied buildings in downtown. 4 or 5 years ago, I was really on the city asking them to really look into an economic development person, because with Main Street, we wear many hats. I mean, we have to be a promoter. We're also a recruiter. We have to retain our business in downtown. We work with the property owners. We work with the business owners. But we're not really a big recruiter where we're trying to bring in business. But we try. I mean, we recruited a lot of small business in downtown. But for the city, I think they really needed that economic development person to really fill up some of the vacancies that we have. I think the comprehensive plan that they did several years ago states that there should be a survey done. I know Main Street, 8 years ago, we took a survey on our inventory of what people wanted to see in our downtown, what type of business, what type of activities, what type of things they wanted to see. And that was really beneficial for us to really market other areas where we could actually go out and try to recruit a certain business that the city or the county want, or the community wanted to see. So, but with what you're saying is with, we really don't have that, but hopefully, with our building inventory, it's updated, it's listed, it's on our website. So,
And that's rentable property, isn't
it's
it?
rentable, but we
Right.
also have a list of all of our inventory property on Queen and King Street and the 2 blocks on each side of Maple, Martin, and Burke. So, and we have a list of, it's in a historic district. We know the owner, we know the square footage, we know when it was built. So that was part of my AmeriCorps member guidelines that we're working on. So.
Mr. Billier, several years ago, I did a presentation to Youngsburg, City of Youngsburg. I was talking about trying to get them to come up with some funding to give some low rate percentage interest, particularly when they got the 1% sales tax, to try to get some of the businesses back up and running. And I was told repeatedly, we're only to provide services, and that is not our job to provide loan money. I was told that more and more.
So we, as Main Street, we did get a grant.
Yes, they did get a grant.
So we were able to help.
I think that statement is wrong, by the way.
Well, that's when I was hammered. I was hammered with repeatedly.
Oh, and I believe it. But
So we do have help small business, but it's up to $12,500. It's through the USDA, which is helping just a small business, get started. It's only for facade or it's not for working capital. So at least we have something that encourage an incentive for a small business to come, as well as through our Main Street, West Virginia. We do have an architect that will come down and for free that actually will help design the front of the facade of the building. So there's a technical service there too.
how many people have taken advantage of that?
7. So
The reason I ask is I've been told that it's really difficult to get that.
it's not, no sir. It's a simple 2-page application submitted to the state. They call me. Michael Giollis has been down here several times, but people don't take advantage of that. So use it if you have any building, because it's really helpful, because he will do the design and then submit it to you, and then you can take it to either an architect locally or use it yourself to do it. So, but it's a good technical service.
Anyone else?
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
See you this weekend, Randy.
At this time, I'm gonna hand the gavel over to Vice President Zellier. I've got a photo at 4:15 I want you to.
I think we're down to the bottom of the list anyway, aren't we?
You got 5 minutes, Larry.
Who's on the bottom of the list?
Larry.
Oh.
That's the last.
Some people just stay in the
We're
bottom.
saving the best to last.
It won't even take me 5 minutes.
Some people just stay at the bottom of the list.
Story of my life.
At least we're on a list.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be a quickie here, basically, because, okay. The only thing I'm asking for this year is to replace my numbers basically like they were last year, with the increase in the salaries that was given by the council last year. So I'm not asking for any increase over last year on my budget. Matter of fact, I've lowered my budget by about $3,500. I don't know if you heard any of that this year or not, but and the reason I did that, I have, like, for advertising and publications, you know, we got Chad out there doing all this advertising, and I spend a lot of money, used to spend some money in the journal for, you know, for a lot of ads we put out and different notifications and all that. I don't need that in my budget anymore. So I actually went, you know, I had a $2,000 budget for advertising and publications. I lowered that down to $500. I may not use that, but I'm just, you know, so, and also maintenance and repair, since we have, you know, of course that's repair on equipment, but I didn't use that much last year, so I've dropped that, I'm sorry, printing line, I dropped it down, from last year. We had, you know, so total, actually, I've dropped it about $3,500. So the only thing I'm asking for is to replace my money just like it was last year, because I got the same employees, the same salaries after you all gave the raise, and the other line items, that's basically what's there is basically about what I spend on those line items.
So am I looking at this wrong, Alan, or does the budget analysis show a $44,000 increase?
That's his salary
That's
increases.
salaries.
That's just salary increase?
Yes, sir. If you look at,
So wasn't the salary already adjusted
No,
at
sir.
1230?
no,
No.
well, it was, but because because personnel is locked down
Right.
on the budget submission, it is not. So for every budget that had salary increases given, we've had to adjust it on that spreadsheet that I give you.
Okay. So those salary adjustments that are on there were all done previously?
They were actually done September 1st.
Okay.
And we'll adjust everyone's budget
So the
accordingly.
1230 budget isn't represented by that?
Well, the 1230 budget is represented by 9 months, not
Okay.
a full year.
I got you. Yep, I got it.
So for
Okay.
next year, the total increase is 44,150, which is a 5.24%.
Yep.
But he's actually operating expenses, as Larry indicated, has actually gone down. That total increase is attributed directly to the wage increases that the council
I got you.
approved.
So
And because of the wage levels of most of the deputy clerks, they received the greater, you remember it was a 3-tier increase, 5, 7, and 10.
Yep.
They were on the upper end of the wage increases. Most of those employees got 7 or 10.
Right.
I usually ask for a raise every year for my employees, but
You did
you
not
guys
this
just
year.
did this in September last year. I thought, well, you know, they did anything.
So why
So
waste
why
your
waste
time,
my
right?
time? Yeah.
Why not sound like you're satisfied?
I'm good. Yep. If you just put me right back where I was, I'm good to go. So.
I don't have any questions.
Not either.
Huh?
Not either.
Okay.
Has anybody else lowered their budget this year?
We did have, who else do we have?
Fiduciary.
Fiduciary, yep,
And
that's
Katie.
right.
You did good?
Yeah, so
And the prosecutor.
fiduciary and the prosecuting attorney.
Yeah. Actually, I think the fiduciary was a larger percentage.
Well, that.
You don't need to
because
explain
of
it. I'm just-
Maria.
Yeah.
I can imagine. So that's, unless you got any questions, I mean, that's basically all I need. That's keep me going for another year.
I don't.
No?
I'm good.
No?
I'm
No?
good.
No, anybody?
All right,
All right, good, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Do we have any more, applicants today?
No, sir, that's it.
That's it?
Not for tomorrow.
Nobody else? No items from Tracy, or the public, I mean? Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. Vice President, I move to recess.
we are recessed.
It should be noted that you got us back on schedule.
Yeah,
Yes.
right back on schedule.